What is up, everybody? I forgot to put starting soon on again. Anyway, back to 5.5. I wonder if this is the first fight with Ushi. Now, before we do that, let me do my FP summon, because that'll make a difference. Oh, I already did it. Never mind. Okay, well, I feel like when in doubt and you're not sure what class you're fighting, bring a Berserker because they're probably going to be effective. Not that one. $100, why not? Let's see. Trying to think what my best general use thing is. I need some single target buster units in my life here. We need Bedivere, that would be excellent. He's only in P1 though. I don't particularly like this idea. Well, hopefully something works out. This is probably a test fight anyway, so I don't think it matters too much. Stage only costs 5 AP, and that normally means it's not a real fight. Dude, DW is such a disappointment, man. As more information has come out, like, what are they even doing? Like, I don't even understand. Like, you know, they wasted an insane amount of money on that other game. They instantly shut it down. They outsourced the NP animations. We haven't had any content in FGO in almost 2 months. And what content we've gotten is so bare bones, it takes no effort. Meanwhile, they don't even give us a main interlude. If you wanted filler content to like hold the player base over while you work on other things, why don't you just put out a fucking main interlude? Right? And then why are main interludes like so scuffed all the time? Like we've gotten, I mean, only 2 of them ever, because, you know, that makes sense. But, you know, all the rewards are blocked behind rare prisms, you don't get the craft essences and blah, blah, blah. Like, why? Like, it's like they're trying to sabotage the game. I don't understand. And it's like, most of the good things, everyone's like, oh, they get carried by the IP, and that's true to a degree, but they also get carried by a lot of other stuff that's not necessarily the IP, but also has nothing to do with DW, right? You know, like the voice acting is done well, you know, Tight Moon is in charge of like hiring the artists and the writers and those kinds of things, and like the characterization and the voice acting and all, and the art and all, that's what, you know, has really carried the game. The one thing DW does, I think they do, who knows, maybe they're outsourcing this too, but you know, the boss design is generally good. Oh, speaking of which, I remember this fight. This is the preview fight. Billy and Koo can just do all this nice and smooth, but we'll see what we do for the actual fight here. I think this one you just have to like stall a few turns or something. But yeah, I do not understand like what DW is doing and why they put so little effort into this game when it makes so much money, right? It's just fuck. They need a different developer, man. Like I've given DW the benefit of the doubt for a long time, but it's like as more information has come out, I mean, they just suck. I'm not trying to personally attack anybody, and I'm sure a lot of people that work at the company, their hands are tied and it's not their fault. But I mean, when you look at just their track record and the information that's come out, they fucking suck. It's like the amount of content they put out, you know, and the outsource, you know, the fucking NP animations, for God's sakes. And that's not even necessarily a bad thing, but then they're not, because outsourcing happens. Now, that's not something you would normally outsource, but outsourcing happens, and it can be a good thing when it's done properly. But what are they doing with their extra time then? If they're not making the NP animations, what are they doing with their time? I mean, this is crazy when you look at like how little DW actually puts into the game, because they don't do the art, they don't do the voice acting, they don't do the writing, they don't do the NP animations. We've never had a new game mode. We just months of what are they doing, right? It's like they're trying to coast an FGO and literally put in as little effort as humanly possible, while throwing money at their other projects and hoping those work out so they get a bigger cut of the pie. That's what it looks like to me, right? The outsourcing is not even necessarily a bad thing. It depends on what you outsource, why, and then like how you manage the people you're outsourcing to, and those kinds of things. Like that's what matters. But the point is, they're outsourcing, but then they're not getting a lot done in place of it. That's my point. It's like if they're not doing what are they doing? Like seriously, I don't understand what they actually do with their time. Like, and it really feels like, and because the people that work at DW were saying that they were pulling people off of FGO to work on that new game. So I think they've just been fucking phoning it in like crazy, and that's why we still have a horrible command code UI. It's not that they can't fix it; they just don't care. They're like, oh yeah, we'll worry about these other things. They're literally doing the bare minimum, right? If they don't have to change the command code UI, they're not going to. They're not adding story replay because they're not bothering with anything. Like, and when you look back at it, it's obvious. They're lazy as fuck when it comes to FGO. I mean, it's like, when they hardly ever do main interludes, even though those take almost no effort. And when they do them, they're done like trash, right? They don't give out the craft essences. To get the NP ranks for the welfare, you have to spend rare prisms and a lot of them. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? It's so phoned in. It's so sloppy. It's so unrefined. It's so unpolished. And again, there's a few people that do a good job, like with the boss design, and Type Moon is doing just fine with the character designs and voice acting and all that. But I mean, anything DW has to do with always comes off as just being sloppy crap every time, and it seems so unnecessary for it to be that way. Honestly, at this point, I was saying before that it could be really bad to switch developers, and that's still true. It's very rare that publishers want to switch a developer. First off, Aniplex I don't think is any better, right? I'm not absolving Aniplex at all. Aniplex is also a complete piece of shit, and they manage all their other mobile games really badly, and those get, have terrible terms of service, and they get run into the ground and fail miserably too. So it's like, Aniplex, if anything, is stupider than DW is, and most likely Aniplex makes the call here. So Aniplex is not going to swoop in and save the day. That ain't going to happen. And although Type Moon holds all the rights to the characters and that kind of stuff, I don't think they have enough sway to actually do something like that, and they probably wouldn't want to, and it'd be super rude and blah 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 blah. But so even under the best circumstances, it is very difficult to switch developer, just because the new developer you bring in is not going to be familiar with the engineering work and the programming and all that kind of stuff. And from what the company that they outsource to, they're the ones that spilled the beans. When people were telling me in my chat that they were outsourcing the NP animations, I was really confused about how that was confirmed, because I was like, a company would almost never admit to that. And I kept asking my chat, like, who was the interview with? And no one answered me. And so I looked into it later, and the interview is with the company that they outsourced to. So like, okay, that makes sense. But DW did not spill the beans, and they're probably not happy that other company did. But anyway, so that interview, they said that like the tools that DW uses are like archaic and bizarre, and no one else in the industry uses them. And they said it was very difficult for them to just learn how to use those programs, because no one else uses these programs, but the game is like built on them. So if you brought in a new developer, they're not going to have any idea how to use those programs. And it's probably so much worse because now time has gone on, technology has changed, it's harder to use old programs anyway, let alone niche, unknown programs that nobody uses, right? So bringing in a new developer is almost like suicide, because it already is suicide generally, because it's just so difficult to swap those things out. Even if the publisher owns all the rights and they have the right to take the code and give it to somebody else, it's very difficult, right? Because you're just throwing people in at the dark. They're gonna have to take months, if not a year, to just catch up and get on pace with everything, right? So then your game is basically stagnant in that time, and then the game just dies and is forgotten and left behind, right? So it's generally not an option to change developer like that unless you do it early on in development, like before the game releases. but the game's already been out for so long. And that's under good scenario, right? That's a good case scenario. This is not a good case scenario. Aniplex doesn't know what they're doing either. It's not like Aniplex could even articulate what the problem is and then like what different developer they would need to work with to do better. They wouldn't know because they're just as bad as DW is, if not worse. And let alone you're dealing with the time management stuff and all that. So there's no way they're switching devs. And if they do, it would probably be a complete disaster unless we just got lucky or, you know, maybe Type Moon has more sway than I think. But it's not like Type Moon has actually shown good judgment when it comes to hiring developers. Like, you know, French Bread's fine, but I think that was luck. You know, like, Extella Link is kind of a shit show. Extra in terms of gameplay is a shit show. I mean, they got on board with DW, right? So, I don't really think they're gonna have a particularly good business sense in this department. But yeah, I mean, when you just look at other gacha games and other mobile games and things like that, and like the amount of content they're able to put out and the amount of quality of life that they're able to put in, and they have things like safety nets and blah 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 blah, and then FGO is over here just like so behind the times. Let's be buff here and see if they break. We'll see though. I mean, sometimes, you know, companies turn things around. It definitely happens. And with their other game failing, I'm hoping they'll put more effort into FGO. But I mean, it's just obvious between, you know, this information coming out and then just look at their track record and how little you put into the game. It's not that they're too, you know, oh my God, we don't have the manpower. That's not the issue. You know, the issue is they don't care. Right? They haven't been putting in the effort into FGO. But the other game failing, I would hope will light a fire under their ass, because, you know, people generally follow the money. So, you know, we'll see. Are they gonna let me actually kill Gozen? I don't think this is an actual fight. Maybe it is, and I just don't realize it. Because, I mean, if they don't stop me, we're gonna at least kill Gozen here. And I will give DW at least, you know, some defense here. You know, when they were hired, they were a very inexperienced company. They had very little staff. They had almost no experience in the industry, right? And so it's hard to kind of get thrust into all this, and, you know, the game blew up and all this stuff. But I mean, holy crap. I'm just worried that they're going to make the same mistake again. Their other game failed, and I'm afraid, because they've been working on that other game, you know, it's painful becoming an adult or whatever the hell. I'm worried that with their Soccer Awards game failing miserably, they're going to just, you know, now instead of working on FGO diligently and trying to make it better and really putting in the effort, they're going to just put their effort towards that other game and hope that one works out. I mean, they have been working on 3 games at once, so that's kind of the, I guess, part of the issue. Although I wonder if they've canceled that it's difficult becoming an adult game, just because we haven't heard any news from it since its announcement. Now that, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, plenty of games sometimes just go dark for a while, then they come out, and that's that. And you got Elden Ring over there and all these things, but it is weird that they haven't even mentioned it again. I mean, I think they would be dead if it wasn't for FGO anyway. They're just a kind of nobody company that doesn't seem to be particularly good on the under the hood side of things, and they certainly aren't good at the business model side of things, so... Although some of that is definitely Aniplex's fault, and I imagine Aniplex has influenced them moving forward with their deal to Sega and everything. You know, a lot of the, you know, Stone Age business model ideas definitely seem to come from Aniplex, so... Yeah, and they hired that guy, and that's, Okay, this is probably the real fight. I remember there's a Vade stuff. Okay, I think it's like you can't do much damage until they NP. And when they NP, their shields go down, and you can damage them. So basically, normal card damage is irrelevant. All you're doing this entire fight is building your NPs for when their NPs go off. And so you need to survive their NPs and then use NPs of your own. Ku's very good here. Billy's really good here. David's really good here. There's almost no end to the kind of ways you can approach this. This is kind of a fun boss fight like that, though. There's, you know, you gotta play the fight, but you have a lot of options here. You could do AoE Berserker even, for sure. Canis is fine here. It's a little RNG, though, because you would need to get her normal cards on the turn that they NP, and if you don't, it'd be kind of annoying. Although my Canis would probably work just because she's NP 5 and 2k foe level 100, so her AoE NP hits harder than you would generally expect. I guess Calamity Jane's fine here. Robin is totally fine here. Wouldn't mind trying. I mean, Billy is kind of the way to go just because it's so easy for him to get your NP and that's all you need. But we've been using Billy a decent amount. Like, I wouldn't mind using someone else just for fun. What else do we got? Chiron. He's okay here. I don't see any benefit to him over Billy, but I mean, he would work. Orion would obviously work. Orion could probably solo this. Well, actually, he probably couldn't because of this. Well, yeah, the survivability aspect would probably be a problem. And I don't know, he might be able to strong arm and break bars when the gimmick isn't down, right? And then he might be able to win, but if he can't, he'll run out of survivability, for sure. Oh yeah, Gozen can cast Sure Hit. That is one annoying thing here. Let me look at my account. What's something fun I could use that would be effective but different? Man, I don't level a lot of archers, and I'm looking at this. I really don't. I have like all the budget ones, obviously, but I don't. I really need to work on that. I don't level like fun archers. You know, I got a few, sure, but my options are pretty simple. My Tristan's not leveled because I don't level my Tristan because I like keeping that interlude of his. Calamity Jane's fine, but she seems so inferior to Billy. I can't think of, like, because the support stuff doesn't help. Why would you use 100 face here? That makes absolutely no sense. Like, Tristan would be fine here. I bet you could show off Tristan pretty well. Actually, I think Tristan would be super excellent here because he could remove Gozen's Sure Hit, which is pretty much the entire threat. But it's like impossible to find anyone that ever slots Tristan, and then again, mine's not leveled because I keep the interlude around. I've thought about leveling my Tristan though, just because he is such a fun unit, and he's, oh, hey, look, there we go. That's a terrible craft essence for this, but, that could be fun. We'll go with that. That's like the worst craft essence ever here, though, because the fight is only about getting your NP. You don't give a fuck about the damage output because they don't have that much health, and this has no starting NP, but probably make it work. But yeah, I've thought about leveling my Tristan just because we don't use that interlude much. It's a cool interlude, but you don't have access to support, so if they add a new unit, you can't like use them unless I get them. Or if I get them on my ult account, I can't use them. So let's say they add a new Saber and we want to test the Saber out, I can't actually use them on that stage unless I roll them and I level their skills and everything. So although it's a cool stage, we basically never use it for anything. So I might ditch it so I have my own Tristan. Let's see. Ku is totally fine here. Actually, I don't really have a lot of options for Lancer because we don't level Lancers on this account because Ku is so good. So yeah, I guess Ku it is. Let's see, both their NPs are AoE. Killing Gozen first seems good because she's the one that can sometimes cast Sure Hit. But I want to say Rice Man uses his NP more often, but that's not, well, it's good in that you can hit him sooner, but it's bad because you have to deal with more NPs. I don't mind George here. If George lives for the first NP, that's actually really good. I don't think I even need buffs. Do I need buffs? Maybe. If my Ku is 100, I'm sure we wouldn't, but at 80, we might want a buffer. I could use David just because he's a buffer and he saves us from another NP. I guess that makes sense. Let's see, if anybody lives at the end, it would be Rice Man. That's a problem because I don't have any really units to use then. I mean, I guess I've got you, but she's 1/1/1, no foe items, and I mean, there's this. I mean, could she break a health bar at the end? I don't really think so, but Also, she'll die to the NP because she has no survivability. Oh boy, I mean, you could use the Mystic Code, but we probably would have used it by then. There's that, but then there's no NP. I don't like that in the back. I'm not a big fan of that. Well, we just need Ku not to die then. That would be the trick. Thankfully, Ku is good at that. I can't imagine Gozen still being alive by the time he would show up. Like, that would be very surprising to me. But, it's either that or a support. Do I bring Atlas? Atlas is fine because it gives you invulnerability because of the sure hit. I think I might be pushing it on damage though if I don't have any kind of damage thingy. Could cut George for on damage unit or support. We'll try it and we'll see. Maybe we have the damage and I'm overreacting here. DPS Lancer Oratoria, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess Herc would work as a backup unit. We try to save him for the stuff that really matters though. But yeah, Herc would be fine. Oh yeah, they got the voice mod from Shimosa. Like their NP lines and everything, it's kinda cool. I wish you could use that yourself. It's not the Herc account yet. It's the Herc account once he is 10, 10, 10 NP2. But he is not either of those things. Yeah, most things really aren't worthy of Herc though. Accurate. I wonder if I should have just done Tristan's evade. And well, what I should have done is waited, I think, one turn to taunt, then Tristan evade. Whatever, we'll just go with it, see what happens. Not really using George correctly here, but it'll work out. God, I fucking hate that Tristan has no starting MP. I guess we just use his second skill and hope for the best here. I feel like we're gonna miss our first NP. We'll see. Oh yeah, she can quick charge. Yep, definitely should have waited to taunt with George. Oh, this song has dead space in it. Well, there's my Tristan NP gain, but I need Ku NP gain. Why did I taunt with George? Because they could be attacking my taunt walls and giving me NP that way. Also, I could have given George NP on death. We are so gonna miss our first NP opportunity. Yep, definitely should change the way I'm using George here. Yeah, if he had NP on death. Or if I had given Ku command codes, we would have been fine, I think. We're gonna be close, but not quite. Well, the deck's gonna shuffle, so we could luck out here. We'll see. Right, I kind of forgot about David. Awkward. So I don't think I should have PFA'd on Ku, but whatever. It'll be back by the time, so it doesn't matter that no effects. Oh right, Rice Man will give us NP gain. What am I thinking? We should be okay then. The question is, do I have the damage? Oh, we got our NP anyway. Okay, always lucky. I just whiffed a day and a half of AP. I do that all the time. Like, if there's something going on, I whip AP like a champ. Especially on my main, because it's, you know, I don't need to farm, so it's like whatever. Okay, another NP coming our way. Surprised I haven't needed to do my buff removal yet. But give it a minute. I don't know if this is gonna work. We've only got like basic buffs here. We don't need, if we had a Mystic Code buff, I think it'd be alright, but... Oh. I thought the defense down there just canceled out the up, but apparently not. Definitely eclipses it some, because we're at full health, so Ku doesn't have the 50% attack up or anything. His was just like 20%. Hey, Arjuna. Yeah, we should be fine then. And Tristan shouldn't have any problems, because he does have Art of Death, so... Still really no need to do my buff removal. I'm kind of just waiting for them to do Sure Hit, but they don't seem to be doing that. Tristan does have less buffs than Ku, but I mean he's a 4-star. Got upgraded quick. MP2. If it was just MP2, I'd be a little worried, but he's got Art of Death, so he's fine. Oh yeah, he got it. Okay, they get more MP per turn. Ouch. How is she not cast Sure Hit this? Oh yeah, and they gain crit buffs every turn. Maybe I just yeet those now, then use the cooldown reduction. I don't want to let David die here, but I'm not sure I've got a choice. Means David didn't do a whole lot. I'll wait just a little bit. We're gonna be pushing it on damage for the next one because it's 257. Ku should be fine, especially if he gets low on health here, although we're gonna lose charisma from David. Maybe I save David? Nah, I guess not. I guess I NP... I don't want to skill seal her, so I think I... This will do almost nothing, but I might as well do it. Chat, remember when we were buff stacking art units and quick units and all that? Imagine if we did that for Medea, and how much less damage she would do compared to everyone else in like in the like-to-like department. Oh fuck, I don't have my attack up from our first skill anymore. Well, probably not gonna kill there. I could Atlas, but we're still one turn off. Seriously, are you ever gonna cast Sure Hit? Well, she won't cast it here because she has to NP, so fuck it, I'm just removing her buffs now to get rid of the crit nonsense. Crap, I should have cast this earlier when I said that's not good. Will he die here? He's counterclassing. He can attack down. Tristan, don't do the dying thing. That would be bad. I wonder if I should have switched David and George around. Because our invulnerability was kind of wasted. And then I could have used the evade. Yeah, because he used the evade earlier and it comes back sooner. Oh! Nice. 3k overkill. I don't even know what that is, Arjuna. I'm assuming that's Darkest Dungeon. I'm gonna try to play that game today. Okay, no, we face tanked that. That still hurt though, but we're alright. I should have cast that last turn. He might have gotten his NP right there. I don't think we're gonna quite kill here. Man, I'm gonna have to go around the wheel again. I like how I wanted to kill Gozen first, but we killed Rise Man first, because the NP faster, so. And she never cast Sure Hit. Oh! Wow, okay. That was surprising. I don't think we did quite that much last time. What? I don't know what that was. Do they? I don't even know what NP rank enemy units use. Might just depend on the fight, to be honest. That would not surprise me. I bet you that interlude Lion King is probably NP 1. Okay, I think... I can't remember if you fight Ibuki first or Avenger Ushi. I want to say Avenger Ushi. I think Ibuki is like really far in. And I know you fight Avenger Ushi like 3 times. Yeah, Enkidu's a pretty strong one to boost up there. Yeah, this is a preview fight. It's only 5 AP. I don't remember these fights very well, to be honest. I think the news stream is like super late tomorrow night for us, I think. Because, you know, Japan's a day ahead of us. And I think it's on the 26th. So I think it's like crazy late tomorrow. Or really early the day after. She doesn't have faux items. Wait, isn't this one canonically Chaldea's Donzo? I'm pretty sure this unit is canonically Chaldea's Donzo. Why does she not have faux items? What are we doing here? We're a bad master. Well, I mean, I already knew that. Yeah, it's rare that the Chaldea version of the units are in the stories, but every once in a while they are. Imagine being in 5.5 and leveling your Donzo to 10, 10, 10, level 80, but not giving her 1k foe. Not even 500 foe, right? Literally no foes at all. I think you just have to survive here. Oh, no Mystic Code. Kind of an oof. I'll try to get my NP just to be fancy. I mean, they do say the Chaldea summoning system is kind of shit, and it's not able to summon Hercules properly, or Karna properly, and so on and so forth. I meant to click the Buster card. I kind of just autopiloted there. It had like 80% crit chance. Oops. I mean, and double quick's not the end of the world, but if you're gonna do double quick, you should put the crit in the back and not in the middle. What they mostly nerf about Karna is his NP. His NP is much weaker in FGO. But he's able to reuse it and get the armor back, so... But then his armor's weaker too, I'm pretty sure. This could be going better. Damn it, can we get some crits here? Ushi, your pants look incredibly stupid. Although so do Donzo's. It's like fluffy pant hour here. I fucking hate that style, by the way. Like a whole giant upper thigh pant bloat. It just looks terrible. There's been a lot of that in FGO recently too. Battle of the best pants, they both lose. Easy. That new Joan of Arc there. Look at that 10-10-10. I like the 2030. That can work though. You know, if I had Maniac, we would solo with Maniacs. Avenger Ushi, just to break the story super hard. It's like, now I switch sides, then I'll switch sides again. Oh my god, my fucking dragon support Jolter. Do I have any dragons on this account? Kind of. Hold on, let me give her bond CE. You gotta complete the package here. None of that K-scope, get your NP nonsense. No. Is this her bond CE? I think this is her bond CE. I kind of forgot. It should be. This would be really weird if this was regular Joan of Arc's bond CE. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's hers. Yes, Joan of Arc's is the field. It's like the happy field or whatever. Okay, what do we actually have dragon-wise? If only we had our Siegfried leveled up, because this account got Siegfried, but I haven't leveled him yet. I need to do that. That would... We haven't had a real event for like 2 months, so I haven't even had the option to play this account for farming anyway. But when they do another major event, I should play this account and get it more prepared. Dude, I've had her bond CE for years and years. Because I literally... The dragon support thing I did unironically. I was like, yeah, that'd be fun. I was like, I knew Jolter was supposed to be used for DPS and, you know, all that stuff. I was like, I don't care about that. I like the Siegfried guy. It'd be cool if I got this Jolter person to bond. Like, why do you think she's 210-2, right? I only care about the dragon thing, right? It's just funny. It's like you randomly have a decent support if you're using dragon DPS. And you know, I had Mordred and Siegfried and everything and Arthur. So I was like, yeah, fuck it, we'll do some dragon support shit. But yeah, I just threw her in the back row and like back when I was like playing through the main story, I just put Jolter in the back row. And I put Ku always in the front row. Ku got bond 10 first, but she was one of my earlier bond 10s because I just always put her in the back row. And you don't ever need your back row for the early stuff in FGO. Seriously, you get like a couple of free bond 10s from the main story if you just keep putting the same units in the back row over and over. Like by the time you get through the main story, you'll get like 1 or 2 bond 10s. So it's pretty easy to accomplish. I think my first bond 10 was Ku, and then I think it was Billy. Then I think it was Jolter. Or actually, it might have been Mordred than Jolter, but they were around the same time. It's not even commitment; it was just autopilot. I immediately realized in FGO that 95% of the bond CEs were completely useless, and therefore bond past bond 5 was completely useless. So I was like, I might as well, you know, do a meme, because it's like, I mean, what else am I gonna do with it? You know, get bond on, you know, like a unit that doesn't benefit from it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not one of these like bond hunters, so feels bad, Zom. Okay, so we got Lantoria. Okay, that's a dragon. Holy shit, is that my only dragon? How is that my only dragon? There are so many dragons in this game. There are so many dragons in this game. Am I just missing somebody? Oh my god, I think Lantoria is my only leveled up dragon. Wow. I have a lot on this account, they're just not leveled. Because, you know, there's Mordred and Saber Lily and Siegfried's in here somewhere, and... Jesus. Well, time to try to make Lantoria do good damage. Let's see how that works. I have no idea how to say this name. I'm gonna go with Sinji with an X for some reason. That's not even quite right though. What is this? Zanji? Something? The fuck? Anyway, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. 3 months of not being able to say your name, I can guarantee, but well, if you want Lantoria to do damage, we'll do like... I need battery, that's the thing. Do I have Shakespeare? I bet you I don't. Her NP does so little damage, I don't think I can do that. Did I stay NP though, then use her? Okay, here we go. I got an idea. Watch us just do no damage. Like, just no damage at all. Where's the switch? Every time I play this account, I can't find the switch mystic code because I'm so used to it being white. I need a Rosh bond because he actually has a bond CE that at least has some use. I wish I had Ox King, which is not to be. Because, you know, main interludes aren't real, and when they do main interludes, they don't give us the CEs anyway. Can you believe that we haven't had, like, a real event in, like, so much time, and they haven't done a main interlude? It's like, holy crap, why did they even make that system if they were never going to use it? I mean, I'm shocked they didn't just... Like, if you're going to be a lazy piece of shit, the option is do a main interlude, but they're so lazy they didn't even do that. Oh, this fight. You fight her so many times. So the dream is I get my NP without using any of my skills, pretty much. Arash needs 5 NP. Thanks, bro. Kind of weird to use my dragon damage up before my dragon is doing any damage, but make Arash hit harder. Now just don't kill Lantoria. This is where putting Qingdong first instead of Hans might have been good. I guess I'll use Hans and switch, nothing with DNP. Oh yeah, if I had waited a turn I could have overcharged Arash. That would have been a thing. Fuck! Well, at least we already cast the dragon buff thing. I like how she busts her crit immediately. God damn it. I could have put another buffer in the back then. I could have had another buffer for Lantoria. Man, that means we don't have Jolter's Bond CE. Feels bad. And now the switch mystic code doesn't do anything. We've been had. I hope they don't all die because I want to try to repeat NP. What's the goal here? The thing is, they're making less money than ever, like FGO. They've been dropping pretty hard on profit. Like, they have not been managing this game well. Like, I mean, they used to be in the top spot like all the time. Now they're lucky if they get in the top 10. Like, they're fucking it up, man. Yeah, we got enough. We actually have more than enough because we have Qingdong's battery too. Imagine doing that little damage though, when you have that many buffs. Kind of enough. They had an 81% drop in profits last year, and then their ranking on like the app earnings has been way down. Now it's not, it's still high enough that a lot of devs would kill to be making the kind of money they're making, but you know, it's been a big drop. That's a lot of guts that she had there. Bye, Hans. Always with the busters, this one. I should have cast this last turn. Would have dramatically increased our chances of surviving there. Gotta say, Lantoria had a lot of buffs, but she did not really perform that well. She NP'd often for, you know, the kind of unit that she is, but, so little damage. Need that NP2. That'll be a start. Yeah, Sakura Wars I don't think had a pity system in it. If Lost is here, he actually played it and he can answer some questions, although he hated it a lot. God, the dailies. Don't even get me started. Okay, this is an actual fight. I don't think it's the main fight, but this is an actual fight. I kind of want to use Mordred just because I like Mordred, and although she's not really the best way to do damage to an Avenger, it could be fun. And there are Lancers here, so seems reasonable. Oh god, I gotta get my Mordred command codes. It just feels wrong. She's one of my favorite units, and then she has like no command codes right now. I gotta at least give her something. Give her like the basics here. Who has my Star Bomb? Billy does, that makes sense. At least give her that, and then we'll be good. You can't show off, you know, one of your level 100 units, so then not even give them command codes. I mean, that's just nonsense. Truck-coons spitting facts, FGO getting boring. Yeah, they're afraid of innovation, man. I mean, when was the last time they actually did anything? Like, fuck. I hate to be this negative about FGO, but I mean, it's their own doing, man. They're doing such a bad job. You know, I like the franchise a lot, and I enjoy the core gameplay a lot, but they don't give us anything to do with that core gameplay, so... I don't know, man. I don't want to be a Genshin Impact streamer. I like Genshin Impact, but I don't want that to be my main game. I really don't. I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. I hope they'll... I don't know. We'll see. We'll just see what happens. But I know if they keep it up, man, though, we're going to go downhill. So I mean, I've noticed interest in FGO is definitely at an all-time low, which that kind of sucks. Darkest dungeon streamer. Okay, what kind of setup do we want to go with? If we want Mordred to be our main damage dealer, we need to have good crits, essentially. Let's see, I guess Hans then. Can we do double support? Can we make that work? Maybe we want a taunt though. And Chen Gong has a taunt if he lives that long. Do that. I mean, seriously, I really like the core gameplay of FGO, man. Like, I really like it. When I get to do a challenge quest that's like well made and everything, I have a goddamn blast, man. Like when I was doing the challenge quest for just the tower event, right, the Blackbeard one, that was awesome. Man, I had a damn good time, right? I love editing the videos and everything, but it's like, fuck, man, they just don't give us any fucking content, and then nothing's replayable, right? So it's just like, holy crap. I don't know, some of the other gacha games really, as they've gone on, they're not necessarily like Arc Knights has not disappointed me at all. I mean, it's like, it's not really my cup of tea, but as it's gone on, I think it has just gotten better. And they've added new game modes, they've innovated, they've continued to make interesting content, and that's challenging. You know, they've even added a co-op mode recently and things like that. Like, It's not even my main game, and I'm like, yeah, that's a very respectable, how they manage their content and how they put it out and everything. It takes, and I'm easy to please, man. But FGO, they don't do anything. I mean, they don't do anything. We're 6 years in, no new game modes. That is fucking dumb as hell, especially for a game that could easily work with other game modes. It'd be easy to make a challenge tower and a new game plus or a boss rush mode. These things would not be hard to do, right? You could make dailies to get skill gems much easier, or just more interesting. Actually fight a giant dragon or some shit to get your skill gems, right? And then you fight some Gwaine for your QP or whatever, right? Like, it's not hard to give us interesting things to do. But they do literally nothing. They're not even doing a main interlude right now. Like, literally, we've had 2 months of basically nothing, and they're not even doing a main interlude. Like, I mean, that's just stupid. I feel like Mordred might not, might want another DPS right here in case Mordred is dead. You don't want to be protecting supports. That's always a bad way. That's what we'll do. We'll put Hercules up more, and then we'll put a taunt behind him, so we can get him in a solo fairly reasonably. Anniversary Blonde would be really fun, but I think there's debuffs here, so we should probably do Atlas. I think like the Lancers attack and can stun you or something. I mean, a lot of games do get run into the ground and have problems, but that's not a universal truth. I mean, there's a lot of games out there that have just kept going, and like, look at Risk of Rain. Like, that's like that. I mean, I guess, exceptions prove the rule, and I guess fair enough. But you'd want your favorite game to be the exception, right? But like, Risk of Rain 2 has been out for a very long time, and they have consistently updated it and updated it well. I don't think they've ever done an update that I thought was bad. They consistently, try to make the game better, but then also innovate, and I have consistently been satisfied with that game. I'm like, wow, that, they do a damn good job updating their game, right? But yeah, it is true, a lot of games get run. So the thing is, it's not like FGO is exhausted, it's ammo, right? Because that's what happens with a lot of games. They exhaust their ammo, they run their course, and that's that. And fair enough. It's just bullshit. They have not done that because they haven't used literally any ammo. We're 6 years in, and we don't have a boss rush mode, we don't have story replay, we don't have a challenge tower, we're literally day one FGO, aside from, I mean, they're at least better when it comes to animations and, SQ costs and those kinds of things, but, like, they are still copy-pasting the same kind of event format that they had day one. I'm not exaggerating. It's like, they've tuned maybe like how much the drops, how many of the drops you get, like, for the event shop and everything, but they're using the same, like, 4 event styles from day one, right? And then their idea of innovation is doing shallow shit like the fucking Requiem event. Oh man, it's a board game. No, it's not. It's completely linear. You're the roll the dice, and first off, the dice were rigged, and it was just completely linear, and everything was gonna get done no matter what you did. It did not matter. It was just the same old farming, get event currency, get stuff from shop, ladder point, that's it. That is still day one stuff with a complete pane of code on it. It meant nothing. It meant literally nothing, right? Arc Knights makes events that are actually different, right? They've had I'm being a little harsh, but FGO has at least they've done 2 things. I can think of 2 times that FGO actually did something different. Setsubun, although they were kind of pussies about it and they didn't exactly commit, but Setsubun is actually different. Which now they just copy paste that, but the Setsubun is different, and then the Grail Front stuff is different. The Grail Front was horribly shallow and not fleshed out, but it was legitimately different and actually trying something new. So I'll give them credit for those. But other than that, in no world does FGO out of ammo because they never actually started shooting the damn gun, right? They're like that guy that's like just sitting there loading their musket forever. They're just ramming new shots in their musket over and over again, but they never actually fire. And then, all their teammates are just like, what the hell, man? Like, you want to actually shoot at the enemy here, maybe? Okay, let's see. She has a defense down. I could use my 3rd skill and like NP really quick because I'd be at 90% with Qin Gong, but that doesn't seem like a great idea. I could Buster crit though right now. You know what? Because we have Atlas, I guess we will do that. Do I Buster crit now though? I don't want to do my Buster up, so it's a little but I could do the crit up. There's just no guarantee that I'm gonna get Buster cards next turn, so I guess I will do it now. And what just sucks is, you know, FGO is being such a turd in this department, but it's not like, again, the artists aren't phoning it in. You know, there's all kinds of awesome stuff coming out of the artists, and the writers don't phone it in for the most part. They do for like events sometimes, but like the character bios are really good. You know, I've never felt like FGO was like phoning it in when it came. I did day one actually, like day one, you know, even though Shakespeare already has a bunch of characterization in APOC to pull from, so you already have this deep character that you can pull from. The voice lines and the bio for like Shakespeare day one was just nothing. It had like 2 seconds of effort put into it. Same for Spartacus and a bunch of other ones, right? But ever since day one, and they started to improve on that, they really never phoned it in with that stuff. There's some characters I think are kind of two-dimensional or not my cup of tea or whatever, sure. But, you know, the writing and the artists and stuff, you know, they still are doing just fine. It's just the gameplay, and the core gameplay is fine too. It's just they never let you use it for anything interesting. I mean, they do like once a month. You know, once a month you get something good to do. It's like, fuck. Okay, is it NP time? Do we need Chingong's Buster up, or do I want to save that? I wish I had more crit chance here, but I guess we only really got the stars from Hans. Yeah, we'll Buster up. There's no guarantee that Chin's gonna live. Like a long time. Come on, Hans, land the attack up. I'm mainly doing this to overcharge Mordred, though. Okay, got it. Feels bad for Blurred. Well, we wrecked the side mobs, but we didn't do enough to Ushi there. Now she has evade. Maybe I should have saved my third skill, because we got dots on us now. Remove one of them though. Hit Mordred one time. That's not Mordred. Come on, somebody hit Mordred. You fucks. Bunch of cowards. I mean, I don't really blame them. I wouldn't hit her there either, but not sure this will break. It might. Okay, I think it will. Yep, okay. Watch her get a full charge of NP. I'm so mad. Okay, I guess she tried to remove offensive buffs or something. That's like the only thing I can think of that would have no affected across the board there. Either that or something really specific like removing guts or evade or something. Oh, this would have been a good turn to have our other buffs. Double Buster, man. Like, we don't even have Hans's crit buff. That's enough. Well, it'll still be glorious, it just could have been a lot more glorious. I actually like guilds in Epic 7, I think they're pretty fun. It's not, I don't even think it's that hard to make guilds work in a game like this. You don't need to have PvP or anything like that for guilds to work, right? You have a lot of like guild related content, like guild bosses and things like that. I think you know, Epic 7 is so flawed in so many ways, but it is fun, you know, working with a tight group of people and stuff. So it'd be nice if I mean, it would not be that hard. You can have a guild boss and so like a weekly guild boss and FGO and things like that. Okay, so I could do my defense up, get a bunch of battery, but I think I'll wait a second because the defense up would go and the debuff clear would go to complete waste. So. I like how Chin didn't lose his evade, so he still has it, so I think he's actually going to live here, which is kind of bad because I just wanted the cycle, but it will be fine. Unless she has sure hit and I'm forgetting. I don't think she does though. I think she just removes buffs, that's the whole thing. Like, why have sure hit when you remove buffs? And the answer is, the enemy has an unremovable evade. That's really funny. Outcalculated, apparently. She removed the taunt, though, so then she was able to attack the other units. That's kind of fucked up. Well, Mordred might not be like the best single target unit to use when you're fighting at neutral. Because, you know, she's AoE, but she did fine. It was fun. And she wrecked the side mobs, so didn't have to think about it. It is okay. Here's a good reason why like using lore as an excuse not to add game modes is just horseshit. It's normally just them being lazy. Look at Extella Link. That entire game exists just for the sake of the game. They made up all of the lore just to justify a Dynasty Warriors game in Fate. So we're in a world where we can justify Dynasty Warriors games in Fate, but you can't have a group of players work together in a universe that has multiple timelines canonically. We're in a universe that has multiple timelines canonically, and you can't think of a way to work with other masters. Do I need to get the clock? Like, are you kidding me? Like, I don't even, like, do I need to explain this? Universe, multiple timelines, how could we ever work with other masters? I can't even fathom, guys. What could it be, right? You know, meanwhile, again, we have fucking Dynasty Warriors in Fate. But we can't figure out story replay or a challenge. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, you could do, it doesn't even have to be super deep, right? Because there's no law. Why are we fighting doors to get QP to make our servants stronger? Like, remember when Shiro summoned Artoria and then he was like, BRB, gotta go kill some doors? Right? Like, that, it's just a contrivance. They made it up. It doesn't mean anything. It's bullshit. Right? So if you make, like, oh, hey, you can work with other masters and fight a weekly boss and it's some, you know, dimension hopping horse shit and you gotta work with masters from other worlds to beat it back, you know, whatever. That makes more sense than Extella Link does and door farming does and every other piece of horseshit nonsense lore they pull out of their ass to justify. Like, you don't even need to justify a lot of things. Arc Knights has no lore justification for its story replay or its challenge mode. They're just for fun because it's a fucking video game. Like, it's a fucking video game, right? It's one thing to have lore in your main story. Sure, that makes sense. It's pretty, like, for example, Ninja Gaiden, right? Ninja Gaiden's main story, the bosses you fight, the areas you go to are tied to the story, right? And then it has a mission mode that has nothing to do with fucking anything. No lore explanation, it's just gameplay, and it's just there just cuz. And that's completely fine, because it's a fucking video game. Like, holy shit, right? Like, It's not like you're watching an anime and then all of a sudden you have to start farming in the anime for no reason. That doesn't happen, right? It's a video game. You can have gameplay. It's okay, right? Like, holy shit. Like, there are so many things in like, Dragon's Dogma, a goddamn RPG, has a speedrunning mode. There ain't no lore justification for that, right? And like, holy crap. You know, Dark Souls has a bunch of stuff in it just for gameplay. And their lore is a million times more serious than fucking Fate. I mean, let's be real here. Fate is not the gold standard for logically consistent lore and world building. I mean, they literally pull out mechanics out of their ass to justify a new story constantly. That's like all Fate does, but no. Can't figure out how to have a guild system or story replay or a challenge tower. I'm sure it's the lore, guys. The lore's getting in the way. It's not the dev being lazy as fuck or, you know, money or any of that. No. The lore, guys. That's totally what's going on here. Fucking, you know, Mario makes up shit at the drop of a hat. You know, I think we can figure it out. That it really is a thing. It's funny because it only comes from specifically the Fate community. You know, the anime community, the nerd community at large does not see Fate this way. But the Fate community thinks their own lore is like the most deep, important thing ever, when generally Nasu just throws it out the window when it gets in the way and he makes up some new shit to justify what just fucking happened. All the time, right? It's like the lore is important until it gets in the way of the story, right? And then it goes right out the window. And they just make some new. Remember when Gwane's NP was AoE, guys? Remember that? Until it wasn't because they needed Nero not to die. Remember that? That's a lot of fan bases though, where they think their thing is like the best thing that ever existed. I don't even know why that is. I mean, you know, I like Gundam a lot. I like Gundam as much as I like Fate. I might even like Gundam more than Fate. I'm not really sure, kind of apples and oranges, but huge fan of Gundam, right? But it's fucking trash a lot of the time. Like, oh my god. Like, and sure, there's some certain moments and instances and side stories or even main stories from time to time from Gundam. Like, you know, that was written well and that was logically consistent and that was, you know, that was good shit. But a lot of it's not. It's like, it is by, and if I'm thinking of like like in so many Gundam games, they have dumbass game modes and PvP and all that just for fun. And it's not consistent with the lore at all. And nobody's like, oh, but you know, but the lore though, right? And if anything, I would actually say Gundam is maybe a little bit ahead of Fate with logical consistency, but I don't know, that's a tough call there. They're both pretty bad sometimes. Fucking last encore, dude. What a travesty. I mean, trash can be awesome, right? That's the thing. There can be really fun. Because a lot of times what people care about is not always just the, you know, writing or integrity and all that stuff. That's nice and makes the thing better and easier to get into and to relate to and all that. But a lot of times people like pretty simple stuff like, oh, I can relate to this character, or I like this journey, or oh, that mech looks cool, or these fight scenes are great, or that waifu has pretty hair, right? A lot of people care about that stuff, and then the writing and all that kind of stuff just makes it better and makes it easier to get into. But like, if you like giant mechs, you like giant mechs, so then you know, the best story with giant mechs might be the one you point to, but it's going to be one with giant mechs in it, right? And if none of them have a good story, then oh well, right? And that happens a lot, right? And like with like Hunter x Hunter, okay, Hunter x Hunter is pretty good, right? But it's still not a goddamn masterpiece. It's more like a shonen that's just not total shit when it comes to like, you know, story progression and character development and being like repetitive and predictable as fuck, right? It's not complete shit, right? That's the thing about Hunter x Hunter. It's not really a masterpiece. It's just a shonen that isn't garbage. And so compared to other shonen, it looks amazing, right? Because they at least have basic ass, you know, progression, and they're not like super predictable, and it's not like, you know, tropey shit every 2 seconds, right? But that's not like some master class of storytelling. I mean, it really isn't, right? It's just, hey, we're not actually a steaming pile of shit. And then everyone's like, wow, this is amazing. It's like people like shonen. It's like people really like the idea of shonen anime, but most shonen is really bad, right? that's what I'm getting at. Same for Gundam. I like mechs a lot, but most mecha sucks. Are we fighting her again? Fuck it, we'll do Mordred again. Let's see if the oh wait, do we use Max's just for contrast? Max's is pretty good, man. Alright, fuck it, we'll go with Max's, because Max has got, look at those faux paws on the cards, man, and like, look, see, 16,000 attack, and then technically 500 more because of the faux paws. Mine still 1,600 because I got golden sumo, but yeah, I don't get the faux paws. I'm surprised I keep up that well. I'm guessing this isn't level 100. That must be why I'm keeping up. Yeah, that's. I was confused, like, how am I keeping up here? But it's just the CE. I'm still behind though because of the faux paws. Yeah, I think from what I've seen, I have not watched all of it, Hunter x Hunter. I've watched a good chunk of it. But it definitely has power scaling problems, as do most shonen, which I don't even know why. I don't know, it's not hard to figure out. Stop making it so when someone gets so much stronger than someone else, they can't hurt them anymore. Just don't do that, Einstein. Right? Like, Fate doesn't really have power scaling problems because most people can hurt each other. Right? For some reason, Shonen has got it, they just can't help it. They just gotta introduce that villain that someone punches and they don't even flinch. And then, oh my god, I gotta get it so much stronger to get on their level. And then everything else becomes trivial. Like, they always do that. And then the next bad guy's gotta be that again. Just stop doing that, you lazy fucks. Like, you can make an intimidating villain without that, right? It's so stupid. That is such a problem with Shonen, where they literally don't know how to make antagonists intimidating without just making them so just completely untouchable for when they're introduced. But then they just get one shot later, right? It's just, oh my god, just stop doing that. Like, just make interesting abilities and you don't have an insane amount of power scaling. You just can't get that much stronger. I'll give that to Fairy Tail. Now, I think they might get bad later. I stopped caring about Fairy Tail after a while, but the first chunk of Fairy Tail did a very good job with power scaling. Like, they would introduce new bad guys that were weaker than the previous bad guys. They would do that all the time. And like, it just, you know, side characters could still damage people. They just didn't have insane power scaling, right? You know, they had characters that are much stronger than other characters and stuff, but they never had that. Like, after they beat Loxus, first off, they don't even beat Loxus like mano a mano. No one was stronger than Loxus when Loxus was the villain, right? And the next villain is significantly weaker than Loxus is, right? And they don't like, oh, look, this guy's even stronger than the guy you just fought. They just don't do that. Like, you know, like some of the people they fight super early on are stronger than people they fight way the fuck later, right? But that's rare, right? And I imagine Fairy Tail stopped doing that, and they probably got crazy power scaly too, I'd imagine. Because Shonen just can't help themselves. Okay, what are we gonna do now? We have no cards for Mordred. That's kind of annoying. I mean, I can NP next turn anyway. Fuck it, let's do this again. I wish I'd gotten Mordred cards because I could kill one of the 20k Lancers or something. Shonen though is such a shit show of a genre, but mine is it's like the most popular one, so let me think. I can do all of Mordred's cards, or I can Hans NP, which gives me more overcharge and potentially more damage. Okay, I'm definitely doing this. I'm definitely doing this. I'm absolutely doing that other Buster card. Do I not Hans NP here? That's a little ballsy, but this turn is a lot better if I don't use Hans's NP. Even though I do skip out on the overcharge. Those spiders out of here, man. I am so glad, Mordred's MP is like held up to the test of time. It looks fine, you know, it's not like the best MP they've ever made, but it's fine. Because she's probably never getting an animation update again. And yeah, if her MP sucked, that would have been really lame. Okay, now we definitely NP. This we... I really want that Buster crit though. This turn. I can do Hans Buster card, then Art quit. Okay, now we'll do... Fuck, what am I gonna do? Why game? Can I just have a fourth slot? Can I do Hans Buster, Hans NP, Art Buster? Can we just do that? Art chaining makes a hell of a lot of sense, but I mean, look at that. And then you do the Buster card, it's 50. Do I cut the Art card? I don't want to do that. I guess I do this. That is so unsatisfying though. I've never even watched Dr. Stone. I know nothing about it. I think all I've seen is what the main character looks like. That is the only thing I know about it. Well... Shame I didn't get the NP gain on this turn, so I could have gotten rid of the evade and just focused on NP gain. I'll take that crit though. The only attacked Mordred. Do I third skill even though I'll whiff most of the NP gain? She only has 53k left. But those, I'd get rid of those two buffs on the other guys. Let's do it. We just won't bust her up, I guess. Mordred has such good manners. That's totally what you think of when you see Mordred, right? How about that sports anime with power scaling, by the way? That's a thing. Oh, fuck. She just triple attacked the unit that was gonna taunt. I have another taunt, but that is such a waste. I think his Buster Up was about to come back. That was so unfortunate. Why you gotta attack the same unit 3 times and then just do barely enough damage? What are we doing here? Well, feels bad for George. That is really shit, because George could have grabbed the next NP. Like, easily George could have grabbed the next NP. You know what I should have done? Is I should have invulnerability Qingong so that couldn't happen. I wasn't even thinking that he could die there. Not the best NP game turn. Power scaling is just done so illogically because it's so main character centric and not logic centric, so it doesn't make any fucking sense. So like, yeah, sure, people get, you know, more experienced and stronger as they go through life. That's pretty common, especially if you're like, you know, you're an athletic person or you're in combat and you're worrying about such things, right? But what happens is like all of the people that are more experienced at the beginning of the show are at X, and then they go so far beyond X as the main character, then everyone becomes, because it just literally doesn't make sense. And it's because they don't plan ahead. And that's the problem with most shonen, is they don't plan ahead. They plan ahead a little bit, and they have a few vague plot points, but they don't think about how they can keep their universe consistent and have threats escalate, but then also keep things reasonable and have, you know, side characters still be relevant and things like that. And things can escalate where the new villain isn't just, oh, I can blow up a planet with my pinky, right? Like, you don't need to escalate things like that for things to be interesting. Like, that's just nonsense. And there's plenty of anime that have a story structure and everything that can work in like Black Lagoon. It's not a shonen, but you know, they never have to, like, situations can escalate because, oh, they're in a worse situation, there's more bad people or a larger organization or something like that. But then, you know, sometimes de-escalates and they deal with more personal stuff. It's not like, oh yeah, now we need to fight world-ending stuff. You don't need to do that. You know, situations being, you know, in a bad spot or having these threats or this guy's really smart or, you know, now the government's against us or what. You can escalate things in a million ways other than, oh my god, this guy shoots even bigger laser beams. Right? That's like the dumbest way to do it. Okay, so I want to save gut stuff for when an NP comes out. I'm gonna go and cast this, even though it's not my NP turn. Because, my crits, though. That is some nice damage for being at neutral. I'm okay with this. Okay, now it's NP time. Honestly, I probably should have done my Buster up on that turn. Our crits there are going to be more meaningful than our NP, because our NP's AoE. And I don't have another Buster card to go along with it. Like, there are so many ways to escalate a story and not have it be directly tied to how powerful someone is. Also, I really don't think stories need to be constantly escalating, right? You kind of want an up and down, right? You need, especially if you're gonna make it a long series, right? You're gonna need, you know, more down-to-earth moments and more calm moments, and then, you know, big shit moments, and then oh shit moments. But then you can't just have it constantly ramp up, because then it becomes meaningless, right? It doesn't feel like it's a tense moment because it's just, oh yeah, another thing's threatening the universe, like, oh great, right? Like, you gotta, you know, you gotta have the pacing, right? It can't just be constantly, it's not just a ramp, right? It can't just be a ramp up. And most things try to just be a ramp up, and it just fails. It don't work. I'd like to Arc Chain, but I guess we'll just take the... Wait, she's almost dead. Apox Dub's not too bad in my opinion, actually. I think like Susugo and Mordred were both done really well. And they're like the part of the show I care the most about in terms of the anime. Because the VC Braun got shafted. God. Can we just get a new APOC anime that doesn't cut all the characterization for the side characters? Could we get that? That would be swell. Also, the German dub for APOC ain't bad. A lot of German dubs are kind of shite, but that one's not too bad, actually. I didn't actually see like all of it by any means. I tried to check out each character and I didn't see all of them, but the ones that I saw, like, yeah, that's not bad. Hey, I like the 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the 33-month free sub. 33 months! Like I just say that casually. Jesus. Okay, there's a real fight with Uchi coming up. These have been pretty like easy mode, like, but there's a real one coming up. I don't speak German. I know some German. My sister speaks German, but I don't speak German. I just know some of it because I'm mostly Korean, but the next most thing, like blood within me, is German. So I got some family that's German, and my sister speaks German fluently, and she's really into German stuff. So. So much overkill that turn. That was such a good hand. I mean, you can be American and be Korean and German. That's kind of how it works. Like, you know, a lot of Irish people immigrated to America eventually. You know, they're still Irish, but they're also American. That's a big part though of like when people I've had many rants in the past about language, how people fundamentally don't understand what language is. You know, it's literally just arbitrary made-up sounds that we just made up. There's no language god. We just made it up, right? We just make up sounds to articulate ourselves, right? It's just a way of communicating. And things change with time, right? We've had so many words change as the years go on. And there's no moment where the word goes from X to Y. It just happens slowly. And then you have people fighting that process constantly because they're fucking Neanderthal morons. You know, you get words like your because people got too lazy to say you are, right? It's not like they ever just snapped their fingers and it just happened, right? And you have all different pronunciations with different accents in different regions and in different countries and all these things. And people just get so anal about pronunciation. And half the time it's a dead language and, you know, we don't even know how it was originally pronounced. And there's nothing about the original way a word was pronounced that means that's the way it should be pronounced. It just doesn't. And almost every word in the English language at this point is not being said the way it was originally. And that's fine. And that goes for most languages and names and stuff. And so, even though I'm mostly Korean, my last name is actually German. And I know what the German pronunciation for it is, but I almost never use it just because it's just easier to use the English pronunciation for it, and it's also easier for the people around me and everything. But if somebody, and so for example, I'm not gonna say what my last name is because I don't really care if people know it, but I don't want to broadcast my personal information out there. But so my last name is German and it follows the same naming rules that Hans does, right? And so it has the same issue where some people say Hans or Hans. It's the same thing with my last name. And I don't give a fuck, and I think you're a dumbass if you do. Why would I care if some random person, says Hans instead of Hans? I know what they're talking about, and unless the only time I would care is if they're doing it to piss me off or they're trying to insult me, right? I've told them I prefer it said this way, no big deal. And if they're having a hard time pronouncing it or remembering it, I don't care. No problem. I literally don't care, right? And I would never even tell someone to pronounce it one way or the other. But if someone was intentionally doing it to just piss me off, then I'd be annoyed, but only because their intention is to piss me off, not because they're saying my name Hans or Hans. Now, my last name's not Hans, by the way. Again, it just uses the same, naming rules. When people get like tomato and tomato-y over things, I'm just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, it's just stupid, right? It's just dumb, right? And it doesn't even make sense. And I've definitely noticed, especially when it comes to like Twitter and Reddit and all that stuff, people are really biased against English-speaking people, Americans specifically, and Canadians. Like they're okay if Australians, pronounce things one way, and the British pronounce things one way, but oh nope, if Americans pronounce this a different way, nope, can't have that. How dare they pronounce this insane Chinese name slightly differently than the Chinese do? Meanwhile, the Chinese people don't pronounce any of the American things the same way, and we don't give them shit over it. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I get so annoyed with people that get crazy anal about language because it's such a fundamental misunderstanding of how language if we followed this like draconian mindset, we would still be in the Stone Ages pointing at rocks and grunting, right? The reason language goes anywhere and why it's so sophisticated now is because it adapts and changes and it's constantly evolving, right? It's constantly evolving. We're not like, oh, no, we got to use what we got and it can't change in the slightest, right? If we had that mindset, we would never get fucking anywhere. And, you have people that like, I got some friends that have had a very bizarre life, like with like who their parents are and like where they've lived, and as such they have literally one-of-a-kind accents, which, newsflash, every accent is actually one of a kind. They just normally have certain things in common with like their region and stuff. And then you have people telling them they have a fake accent, and like, how dare you pronounce that way? It's like, it's okay to pronounce something a certain way if you have an official accent. An official accent? Yeah, let me just go to the accent organization and get my accent certified so I'm allowed to pronounce something a certain way. That is so stupid. That's not how accents work at all, right? It's just nonsense. And I love when people are like, oh, that's a bad French accent, and that person is actually French. And that's just how they pronounce things because of their life experience and where they've lived and the people they've been around. And but it doesn't fall under the rules of section AB where the French people must pronounce it this way, otherwise it's not a proper accent. Like it's just like, go fuck yourself. It's just nonsense. I mean, elitism with language. Like, imagine that. I love people. I've seen this over my time. People telling me how to pronounce Guadia when they're not pronouncing it right. I know how Guadia is supposed to be pronounced, right? And I always have people come into my chat saying Guadia is supposed to be pronounced a certain way, and they're wrong. And it doesn't even matter. Like, you know, it's like, who gives a fuck how you pronounce Guadia? Yeah, guys, did you know the 72 demons are real, and they're going to be offended if you don't pronounce the, you know, Sabnak correctly? Oh God. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's just so stupid. And then meanwhile, like, the Japanese don't pronounce it even close to how it's supposed to be pronounced. Same with Scoff. Scoff is a fucking dead language, and we're fucking talking about how we're supposed to pronounce it. Meanwhile, like, in the actual region, right, like for Irish people, they don't pronounce it the same way. And then you have people trying to tell you the way it's supposed to be pronounced. It's just that you can't make this shit up. And then again, the Japanese version of the game, they're not even pronouncing it in the ballpark of what it's supposed to be. It's just like, and there is no way it's supposed to be. It's a dead language, right? It got revived. We don't actually know the way it's supposed to be pronounced. And normally, when it comes to like those ancient cultures and stuff, they didn't pronounce it a single way. That's what's crazy. In the modern day, a lot of people will pronounce names in different ways, right? They'll have the same name, pronounced different ways. You know, like Hans and Hans and so on and so forth. And like with my last name, like, you know, it's pronounced different ways and by different people, right? And we act like that's like a modern invention. Only now do we have multiple ways of pronouncing names. It's been that way since forever. For God's sakes, in most ancient legends and myths and stuff, they didn't spell it the same way. Because just, you know, game of phone, no copyright, word of mouth, they literally didn't spell the names of these things the same way. And you're gonna come in here and tell me, oh no, it's supposed to be pronounced this way and instead of that way, and it's like, oh, because, you know, you've got the time machine, and so go tell them, because half of them weren't doing it that way either. So it's just, it's incredible, man. Like, it's fucking incredible. I know Hercules or Heracles is a good example. Even before the Roman stuff, it was written and pronounced multiple different ways. It's just like, and you're gonna get anal about this stuff. It's like, who cares? Like, who gives a fuck? You know, the important part is context and what you're actually communicating. It's not tomato or tomato. I don't care if you say tomato or tomato. Why would I care? Now, if you're throwing a tomato at my face, now I care. I don't care that you eat a tomato, bitch, and you throw it at me. I'm like, sir, it's supposed to be said tomato, right? That's not the problem. I'm actually going to be more worrying about the ducking aspect, right? That's the bigger issue. But, you know, so many people, they get so anal about the part that's just irrelevant. Okay, this is probably a real boss fight, so I'm going to stop talking about language now. But I just see that. I see that constantly, like on Twitch and Twitter and Twitch, you know, YouTube, you know, all that. People just, you know, they're just like trying to be elitist just cuz. And half the time what they're spewing is just so stupid, and that they're so misunderstanding, you know, like the whole purpose of language. I mean, again, I've seen a lot of people get mad at the Hercules thing, but it doesn't matter, because again, in their own time, they pronounce it in different ways. So I don't care if it's Heracles or Hercules. I don't give a fuck, man. All right, let me think. What are we doing here? So, Mori works great here, but Mori works so good for this fight, because you don't even need, like, a really good opening hand. You only need 2 cards, or even no cards, because you'll get a good hand later. This is one of those fights where you don't need, like, that very first hand to be godly. You can just take your time, and it works fine. Although I will say, a lot of the fights that I've done where I have to get that godly opening hand with Mori, that's because we're using a 3-star craft essence and all that nonsense. If you cut that stuff out, a lot of times you do have a lot more wiggle room. Because if you were going to do this fight with a 3-star Mori, like level 70, and with a 3-star craft essence, you probably would need a godly opening hand. The reason that you don't is if you're actually using, like, you know, a real craft essence that has damage on it, right? And then maybe you have, you know, the Caneth thingamabob to keep a support alive longer, and then, you know, so you can weather a bad turn, you know, things like that. When you do 3-star craft essences, you just can't weather those bad turns, and you gotta go, 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 go. So we can use almost anything we want here. You know, we could use Carmella because the boss is female, and I've never tried that for this boss. That would be kind of fun. Hercules can solo this fight, by the way, so that's a thing. What do we got access to right now? Because you can use anyone at neutral, you can do like anti-female niches, you can do, you know, all that. There's so many ways to approach this. We could even use Jack for the anti-female thing, but you can counterclass with a Berserker and things like that. Or just use some of the strongest people at neutral. I bet you Fujino can solo this, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if she could. That might be tough just because she's doing a lot less damage, but it wouldn't shock me if she could do it. I actually would like to use Carmella just because that's so different. Let me see if Rex is around. It's his Carmella's not grailed or anything, but she's still upgraded really well. Can Uchi Avenger solo herself? I have no idea. If Maniac was here, he's not normally here at this time though, but if Maniac was here, I'd use his and we'd see, because his is really strong. I can't remember, what are the gimmicks here? She heals you at the end, I think, or you get full NP charge on the last health bar. I don't think she could though, just because of the buff removal. A big part of why Hercules can solo this is because he doesn't care about the buff removal because his guts can't be removed. So I don't think Uchi Avenger could do it because she would just she'd have to win so fast, and I just don't think she could win that fast. So I don't think it'd be possible. She could certainly work in a team though. Like you could do a team thing, no problem. It's a male spirit possessing her. That's true. She may not be considered female because of that. I know the playable one is different a bit, but the boss one you might be right. Let me look. Actually, I can probably find out. They don't always care about like what the spirit is though and that kind of thing. They're really inconsistent about that kind of thing. No, I don't think they are female. Okay. Well, rip Carmella. I mean, Carmella could still do good nuking, but it wouldn't... There's not a big reason to do it. So, wow, Brunhilde's Beloved still applies. I'm guessing it's because it's originally Uchi, that's probably why. You could use Brunhilde here, that would be fun. There's Genji, so Avenger Uchi Rex herself. And there's always just Berserkers. There's 1,000,001 Berserker setups we could use. I wouldn't mind. Oh, we could do Berserker Nobu. I wonder if she would be strong enough here. She's weak in various areas here, but she is a very good unit. It'd be kind of interesting to try. Yeah, I kind of want to try Berserker Nobu. I don't really ever use her much for serious stuff. I want to see how she keeps up. Then like Beowulf would be fun too. Penth would be good. But I want to give Berserker Nobu a go just because we really just don't use her much. So I'm gonna ask Rex to slap a aerial drive on her or something. I don't know, this is kind of overwhelming. There's just too many things I want to try because Penth is good, Beowulf is good. I mean, literally every Berserker is good, and then some of the best of it neutral works, and like Brunhilde works really well. Basically, she has to see you as heroic, and then I guess just be their type. Yeah, pretty much. They're not super consistent with it, and they've been more liberal with it lately, but it's kind of weird. Okay. I wish I could remember the gimmicks here. The only thing I remember is obviously just her NP removes all your buffs, but that's not really a gimmick. And then I know she gives you full NP charge at the end, but I know there's other stuff. I'm not remembering what it is. The taunts are important. Almost all of Brunhilde's Beloveds are male, but there's a few females. So it used to only be Uchi, but they added a few other ones. But yeah, it used to only be Uchi. I want another unit that works with her just because she's got the buffs. I wish I had Bedivere ready, man, because he's Buster and he can NP quick, and yeah, he's at neutral, but he does a lot of damage at neutral. You could do a Robin Hood setup here too. I could do a setup that completely supports Berserker Nobu. I just don't know if that would work. I might as well try it though. I mean, we're here to see how she does, so why not? We're gonna want Qingong's taunt, so I need him to not die super fast. It's almost cheating to put him in the back, but you know, emergency. I'm not sure this is enough support for Nobu. We'll find out. I just feel like I need more. There's not much. If my back row is more supports. The problem is this account doesn't have a lot of supports to cycle. That's the thing. You know, I can't bring in Shakespeare or anything like that. So I don't. The best I could do would be like regular mash, but I'd have to summon regular mash. So VR mash wouldn't really be support. She's only a taunt wall, really. I forgot what that song name was, but it's from Full Metal Alchemist. I think it's Awakening? But yeah, it's from Full Metal Alchemist. A lot of units I don't think can solo this stage just because of the NP gimmick. However, you got that defense down to help you out and that full NP charge at the end and that kind of thing. So there's definitely some that can do it. Berserkers are in a good way though because they can just win so fast. Although I guess Kama can charm a lot when it's the NP turn and you can stall that way, so maybe Kama would do alright. Oh, I fucking hate this setup. I forgot. You know, I have like no protection for her. This doesn't even make sense. I have no taunt. I can't taunt until the NP. This was not right. I should have put George up first. Mistakes have been made. Oh right, her evade has the Buster up on it. I fucking hate that. So I don't mind that in a lot of units. Like a lot of units it's not a big deal, but because she's a Berserker, it's pretty awkward. Ooh, I don't like this setup at all. I don't think this is gonna work. I mean, it might work just because of Hercules, but that's not really a good setup. That was pretty unlucky. You know, I probably should have taunted Ushi. Although I think this account's taunt is rank 1, so it's the maximum cooldown. If it wasn't, then I could get it back for the NP turn as well. And then I could have maximized the evade there and gotten a bunch of NP gain. Our next turn is a good turn though. We're gonna need to change this setup a lot though. That's really unlucky though that she's attacking Nobu that much. Like, Jesus Christ. Damn, I wanted to use all those Buster cards, but I need to do this instead. Punch it until it's dead. Still broke, Jesus. 316. Oh yeah, she got that upgraded NP and then the burning thing and all that. Still, that's pretty crazy. Do we need a normal taunt? Because Nobu's just gonna die. Get our evade back next turn though, that's something. Bonk him! Actually, want her to hit Noob now. Yeah, I should have just used my taunt super early, ultimately. At least George is gonna show up soon. I tell you, her damage is impressive though. A really basic bitch team here, and just holding on. I need Noob to live this turn, because the taunt's gonna get removed and she can attack again. We only have 2 actions though. But if she can just live this turn, we'll be fine. She should definitely break. Oh yeah. I'm impressed though, because this team is really bad for like what the fight is. And like, I should have used the taunt earlier and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that she's doing this well is pretty impressive. Her own heal combined with Hans was definitely fought her a turn, so that was nice. Like, her damage output is just nuts. It's like Berserker Noob is way better than Archer Noob or something, and yet they buffed Berserker Noob and they didn't buff Archer Noob. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Really, this team is not optimized, and look how well she's doing. Okay, she didn't do too much damage there anyway. This was like easy. Like, what the fuck? It's such an unoptimized team, and man, we did not need Atlas. We could have done like Anniversary Blonde or something. I'll save our sure hit in case the boss evades. I guess this was really basic bitch setup, and I did not set it up very well. And it's just easily shredding these health bars and getting her NP nice and quick. The combination of Hans's battery, her own battery, Qingong, and then having enough survivability to actually get attacked a few times. Like damn, I didn't get the free NP at the end, obviously. Jesus, seriously, like we are just absolutely chunking this boss. And like generally you can have a back row that gets a lot of value as well, which we didn't really bring one like that, but you could, the fact that she can get this much done with such a basic setup, it means your back row could be almost anything. Like you can do whatever the fuck you wanted back there. Okay, she is gonna die soon though, I would think. Oh wait, no, we still have taunt. What am I thinking? No, we're gonna be good. Do I art chain with the art crit, or do I take the quick? I think we take the quick crit. We've got the sure hit. I should have given George NP on death, because we literally win if we get our NP. Although I don't know, we're doing just fine without the NP, I guess. It's just guts. George did not die. One turn away from evade. That's a little awkward. I guess I should have waited to taunt until I could grab the NP, but I thought he would die. She just doesn't do as much damage as I thought she would, but I guess it's because I was using Mori, who has the giant defense down, so I had to like put a lot of effort into my taunts and that kind of thing. Well, the boss is dead, unless that Guts brings her back with like a Petrolian life, which I think is just a vanilla Guts, so it won't. Well, this team was not very good, to be honest. There were a lot of little optimizations I could have done to make its performance significantly better, but we completely wrecked the boss anyway. So much for Avenger Ushi there. Supposed to be a real draw of this story too. Get out of here. I love that NP line, it's great. Oh my god, guys, she didn't pronounce everybody correctly. Oh no. Like, am I the only one that's noticed that though? Like, I see with like Genshin Impact and all kinds of stuff, you know, people get so anal when people aren't pronouncing things in like exact specific way. Even in their own country though, people don't pronounce it the same way. But then when it comes to English, nobody cares, right? Like it's totally okay if everyone pronounces English words like have you ever heard Unlimited Blade Works, chat? That is not how you pronounce those words, right? But nobody cares, and that's fine. They shouldn't care. It's fine. Like, relax. But then, oh my God, if English-speaking people, you know, don't pronounce some, you know, bullshit nonsense, vague ass, you know, not even pronounced the same way in their own history, then oh no, these fucking Americans or whatever. Unlimited Blade Works was perfect English, uh-huh. My biggest issue with Unlimited Blade Works would not even be the pronunciation, it's just the writing. It's like, that don't make any sense. I'm actually glad I have a last name though that has like a very specific way it's supposed to be pronounced in German, but then most people speak English don't pronounce it that way, and so I saw both sides of it really quickly in life, and I was like, yep, this is dumb. The only time I really ever pronounce my own last name the way it is supposed to be is when spelling of it is important, because if I just say it the way most English people will say it, the person will not spell it correctly. But if let's say I'm ordering pizza, I don't care if they spell it correctly, right? They use the spelling of like reference for like whose order goes where, and I can figure it out, you know, no problem, even if they don't spell it exactly correctly. But if it's some kind of situation where it is important for the spelling to be accurate, then I'll probably pronounce it the proper way, just so if they don't know how to spell it, they'll just ask, right? Because it'll be obvious, and then if they know, oh, you know, German stuff should be spelled that way, then no problem, right? So then I'll do it. But other than that, I just don't give a fuck. Yeah, I don't generally use green when I order stuff. I actually have before though. I remember once I don't remember where it was, but it didn't really I was ordering something and they just like shout your name out. So I just went with green because green is the last name anyway, and I was just like, sure, why not? But yeah, generally I don't use that in real life. Although I know some people that do call me green, just because like they're used to it, and that doesn't bother me. I don't care. Green's the best color anyway, so I'm not like mad if I get reminded of it. So. What is this stage? I have no idea. I guess it's just filler. I thought Ibuki was like really soon, but it must be a stage or two of filler. You know what? Let's use a different Nobu. Why not? Keep the Nobu train going. Will this team work? Let's slap a Rosh on it. I think that'll make it a lot better. Just clear out some trash at the start. Why am I'm thinking my main account where I have to scroll down a bunch to get a Rosh. I don't have to do that over here. case of emergency, I guess David. I literally don't, I would not be mad or offended if someone learned my last name. I just figure there's no point in broadcasting it, you know, to the world, so I just don't. But I wouldn't like care if it got found out. Archer Nobu versus Ibuki would be cool, but unfortunately Archer Nobu is just really bad there. Like, it doesn't matter that she's divine and all that, it doesn't help because, I mean, she has no utility that has anything to do with the fight in the slightest, and her raw numbers aren't really good enough to justify it. It's like, yeah, she can be AoE that does, you know, roughly single target damage, but you could just bring someone that has actual single target damage and then also has utility that makes sense, so... If you brought really strong supports, you could still make her work, like, absolutely. But for this account, I'm not sure I could make Nobu work, because this account's not that powerful, so... I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. Maybe if she had the Yang CE, then maybe I could make that work. I don't know, though, that, Well, actually, I probably could, but she wouldn't do anything. I could beat the fight and just rely, like, big time on David and Robin and, like, take advantage of permanent art up and maybe get lucky and just get huge value out of David and Robin, but then, you know, you're just sidelining Ushi and she wouldn't actually be important and she'd just be dragging the team down, right? If I could do story replay though, I would do it. I would do it on my main account and I would bring Ushi and then like the really good supports and good units that make sense that can help her and see if I can make her the main DPS. That'd be kind of fun to do. Like, why not? It's kind of thematic, right? Okay, I guess I Arash the next wave because these guys are just so little health. Nobu train got no breaks. Yeah, just use every Nobu. The sad thing is it'd probably work out where I'd have to use Archer Nobu for Ibuki, and yeah, like, with this account, I truly don't think that would work well. Damn it, I was hoping that would kill. Way too much faith in a level 60 there. Not only that, but a level 60 with no damage up CE, so... Probably should have put a little bit more effort into Hanzo's MP gain so he could overcharge Garage here. Actually, Avenger Nobu is not outclassed by other Avengers. I think this is one of the biggest misconceptions in the player base, that like Avenger Nobu is just like super trash or something. That's just not true. Now, I don't think Avenger Nobu overall is the best Avenger by any means. Definitely not. But she does have her uses. I mean, her normal card burst is just nonsense, and in some fights that's very applicable. I mean, she's literally 3-turned a bunch of challenge quests. There's no world where that's a bad unit. Now, yes, she's not the best Avenger in the game, of course not. And there are some fights for her that are really, like, bad, where, like, her toolkit will not work, you know, will not sync up with the style of challenge quests and stuff, like, at all. And where other Avengers are a lot more applicable and a lot more flexible and can be worked into a lot of situations. But I wouldn't even say, you know, Big Mama Nobu is the worst Avenger. No way. First off, that's obviously Angra. Angra is clearly the worst one, and then probably Antonio. No offense to him, but really Antonio is nothing to write home about. He really isn't. And then after that, it's probably Gorgon or Lobo. They're pretty close, and both Gorgon and Lobo are fine, and they can get the job done. And sometimes they really excel, especially Lobo because of the buff removal. But I would say overall, I think Mama Nobu is definitely better than Lobo and Gorgon, like easily. And then sometimes I think she's definitely better than Space Ishtar. If you need big normal card damage, she's definitely better than Space Ishtar. Now if you're doing NP spam, then Ishtar is better. and Edmund is better. And for just all-round usefulness, I would say Avenger Ushi is probably the best one. Just because she's got massive value, massive survivability, big damage. Now, sure, if you need AoE, she's still single target, but I would say overall, for challenge quest content and story content and stuff, and just carrying your ass, I would say Avenger Ushi is the best. I would say it's like Avenger Ushi, and then honestly, Jalter's still really up there. Then for like, you know, double scatty stuff, Edmund's the best, but without double scatty, Edmund's just okay. Like, Edmund without double scatty is just, eh. It's really nothing fancy. I might even put Nobu ahead of him, actually. So, I mean, honestly, Nobu's fine. There's, like, no problem. Like, yeah, she's not the best in the game, but you don't need to be the best in the game to be good. It's really weird to me that so many people think she's just total trash. That's just nonsense. I don't think I need to overcharge Arash. Yeah, not at all, so we'll just go boom here. Do I want to make the stars, and do I want to use the ramp up skill just so it's bigger next turn? Yeah, why not? Let's be fancy. Waste our skills, boys. Don't even need them. The main thing about Avenger Nobu is that she is mostly normal card focused, right? And like the utility stuff, like the buff removal resistance and all that. And then her, straight AoE damage, unless, very specific things come up, it is not that great. Like, she's not really about the straight NP stuff. She's more of a normal card damage dealer. And sometimes normal card damage dealers are just awesome for some fights. But sometimes they're super wrong and they're crazy terrible too. You take it back, my Angra has over 10k attack. Yeah, maybe we could get another Angra buff. Red is very dedicated though. Oh, we're fighting them again. How about that? You know what, I'm gonna taunt her. Just so we get more NP gain. Well, I hope I get a bunch of Buster cards next turn, because then I'll have max attack up for that. Maybe I should have saved Chin's Buster up for that. That was more. Bustering up her normal cards is a lot more impressive than bustering up her NP. Nobu does not have. If we're talking about Avenger Nobu, she does not have my favorite animations in the game, but they are very good. They're very flashy and flamey and unique and everything, so they're fine. But they're not my favorite by any means. I don't know who my favorites are though, but it's not Nobu. But she's good. Wish we'd crit there. Alright, come on, Buster cards. Give me the goods. Good enough. I wish someone else had a Buster card, because I would try to target switch. I mean, I could still try to target switch, if this works. Jesus. Okay, well, imagine if we had Qingong's buff there, or Nightingale. Nightingale would actually be nice because it's a 3-turn Buster up, or Merlin. That would be the obvious actually. Because then you get the 3-turn Buster up, and then the 3-turn attack up, and then the 1-turn unbelievable, crit up. So that definitely would have been the one there. Is this Ibuki? I think this is Ibuki. Don't you fight her twice though? Is this Ibuki? I'll watch the cutscene and we'll see. Game. Yeah, I love these forced cutscenes before you pick your team because they're so smooth. I don't know, Arjuna. Guess we'll see. It's ridiculous, though. Yeah, that is Ibuki, so are we fighting her now? I'm pretty sure you fight her twice. Because the last event we had that was a real event was the tower event, and that wasn't very satisfying to a lot of people. And then I think it was some bullshit before that too. I have no idea what I want to use. We could go, I could literally use the setup I used in the video and see if I could make it like consistent on this account, which would be interesting because this account is much weaker than my main. But that's kind of boring. There's always Fujino, she can fucking solo this, but that's probably even more boring. There is Nobu, but I think she'd need a proper CE. Billy's pretty good here. He's nothing like groundbreaking, but he's good. Ash. I would need Ash at least with I kind of want to go with my units just because I'm the only one that's going to slot a CE that makes any fucking sense. You know, Fujino is such an easy win here though. Oh my god. She can literally solo it and, you know, she gets the buff block. It's so stupid. She blocks the Pierce invulnerability. Phantom ain't gonna do jack. What would be a fun archer to try here? I wouldn't mind trying, if we could get a Robin Hood with a big CE, that'd be cool. I will say, one thing that's good about Billy here, and this is not unique to just Billy, you could also do this with Moriarty or just K-Scope and just a team that gives Pierce invulnerability from like Sherlock. There are many ways to accomplish this, but Billy is capable of just turn one breaking a health bar. And that speeds up like you're dealing with the invulnerability stuff, right? I'm not sure that's not as good as just summoning a Fujino to solo it or summoning an Orion to solo it. Like literally, if you summon an Orion or Fujino and you solo, you win, right? That's a lot better than, oh hey, Billy helps you in a team, right? Like he's certainly not that good, but he's still good. I want to at least try Billy again just because I like Billy and I can control the CE, which just makes sense. I have to find a CE though. I've got a bunch of, I guess the starting in P1 makes sense. I almost feel like I'm gonna just naturally do something very similar to my video just because it is literally the budget way to beat this. I mean, that was a very practical setup that I slapped together. I remember though, in the video, I did something very wrong. I don't remember what, but I remember that was like the first time I even tried that setup and it just worked. And I was like, oh man, I should have changed that one thing. That would have been way better, but I didn't feel like redoing the whole fight. And I don't remember what that one thing was, but I remember there was something in that setup that was like really off. Oh yeah, there's a decapitating bunny, but I think for Billy, I think the starting in P1 is the best, and it's one that you can get like free easily. I guess I'll give Billy some command codes, that makes sense. So, if I remember correctly, she has a bunch of invulnerabilities, and you get rid of them by doing something specific. And it doesn't matter if it has Pierce or not, you just have to hit it. Now having Pierce makes it better, but it's like one of them she'll lose if you do an NP, one of them is if you crit, one of them is an art card, one is a buster, one is quick. So you just want to land a variety of things on her. You want to do as many different things per turn as possible, be it critting, NPing, or just a different card color. I think the dream is like you do a certain NP and crit, and then you know, a card color that's not the NP color. That's like the dream. If you do that 2 turns in a row, you will have gotten rid of like an insane amount of her shields, and then there's not even that much left to deal with. But it's kind of luck if your cards just work out that way. Like if you just, and that's why soloing it is kind of easy, because you get access to your full deck all the time. And then like, you know, Fujino makes stars, so the critting's easier, and Orion is Orion, so. Are there debuffs here? I want to say there's some kind of debuffs here. You can honestly do just a straight David Robin setup though, and I've seen people do that, because you get a permanent art up, and David gets his anti-giant damage here. So even though the fight will be longer, because they'll probably struggle with the invulnerability shields early on, so when you get to the final phase, you'll have more health. That setup is so capable of dealing with that health. It's especially good if you can work someone into the team to do buff block or just debuff her so you can survive her NP. But her NP doesn't actually hit that hard, so there's a variety of ways of surviving it. I'm trying to remember though if there's debuffs here or not. I'm kind of struggling to remember. I want to say, I just think there's something, so I'll slap clear on a card. Maybe like a tack down or something. You could get decent use out of Chiron here, and he's not going to do anything like that super counters the boss, but I mean, he's good enough to get the job done. That's kind of Chiron in general, though. It's like, that statement is true for a lot of things. Although sometimes his defense removal thing is big. There are debuffs here. There must be, because I remember I used Asclepius. Although I used Asclepius partially just because of the charge, because that's what let Billy NP if Billy doesn't have the limit broken CE. Now this account doesn't have its own Billy, so we can't do the double whammy, which is, you know, not great, but we have a variety of ways of dealing with that. Now, is our Asclepius' third skill maxed? It is. Okay, so we could use Robin, although Robin wouldn't have Pierce Invulnerability if I did that. You'd have to wait a bit. That's a bit of an off. You'd have to get good cards on those turns that you're waiting. Man, I love Armored Core music. It's good stuff. What do I give? Maybe that? It's okay if he gets his NP. Oh, right. I remember now. She, like, NP seals you and skill seals you, and Asclepius can just remove all that. That's what it is. I'm glad I just remembered that. That's actually the big hard part of this fight. Is, yeah, she, like, skill seal and NP seals you for a few turns. Let's see, do we have the Joan of Arc anti-debuff? There's a couple of anti-debuff CEs, but that's, like, one of the best ones. Yep, I do. I almost want to start with David, just because David does so much damage here. But we'll see. They've shown interest in making another Armored Core game, and they've said to Armored Core fans, just be patient, but... so I think we're going to get one, but yeah, maybe not soon, but I do think we are going to get one. I remember I used I used Fuma, that's the one. Fuma because of the buff block. I don't remember if I got any value out of it. You want to crit. I need to find a way to get crits though, that's the thing. Because some of the invulnerability shields, the criteria is critting. It's just critting like one time. So Star Bomb makes sense. We do have Fuma. Clown Boy would probably be better though. I really would prefer Clown Boy here. Clown Boy with a Star Bomb CE. That would be pretty good. So with that Star Bomb, and then the new one. Did this account get the new one? I don't think it did. That was a mistake. I really should have grabbed that. Is that my only Star Bomb on this account? Man, I could have had 2 Star Bombs already, and I just didn't grab that one. I didn't do the Tower event on this account. Shit. Well, the next summer event will probably give one. They pretty much always give, Oh wait, I could just get this one twice. Right. For some reason, I was thinking this game doesn't allow dupes for a second. I don't know why. That's so not a thing in this game. It's always Herc. When in doubt, Herc it. I would think by the time David shows up... I remember what I messed up in the video. As I think I do. I think I remember. I think I switched Asclepius with Fuma to get the Star Bomb to crit, but I didn't put Fuma in the right spot in the team, so I had Asclepius go in the back row in the wrong spot. I think that's what I did wrong. I want to say there was something else too, though. Like, I remember there was a unit, I was like, I should have switched that unit around. But I think that was at least a mistake. I wish I had another archer, but, Do I just bring Herc? Either Herc or I bring a support. Supports are totally fine here. But Herc is, I mean, Herc. Isn't she AoE though? I don't remember. I don't think so. Honestly, a lot of the Japanese stuff hasn't sold that well. A lot of it has, but some of their top sellers are not Japanese. I'm not sure Herc makes sense here. I kind of want to give David the Merlin CC. I don't remember who I equipped it to though. We'll try without and see what happens. I don't know, something feels off with this, but we'll see. Get that permanent art up on Robin, which is nice. Maybe I should limit break that CE though, just so I get more starting NP, because ultimately we need to get Robin's NP very quick. That's the main thing here. We need a decent opening hand with Billy. What sucks is though we're going to use Billy's NP for the first bar instead of the second bar. I would normally want to use it for the second bar because the first one's only 100k. But I want to NP right away. Oh, they give you an attack up too. Oh yeah, if you bring the story support Kentoki, your whole team gets a permanent guts. And I don't remember how much health it brings you back with, but that's a thing. So this would have been better if Billy had gotten an art card. I wonder if let's see, I'm trying to remember. Okay, so there's one for art, quick, and buster, and then I think this is yeah, this is NP. So I need to buster, NP, and then use Asclepius's art card. It's a little disappointing because his art card isn't one I would actually want to use right now, but I need to ping off the shield. The more shields you ping off, the better. I guess I cast this just because if I get attacked, we'll get stuff. And then when we want to crit, we'll use Robin's evade to make stars. Oh yeah, that's why Billy doesn't need the limit broken CE, yeah, because Asclepius, that's like the thing. I could stun. Do I want to stun now? I feel like I should stun later. Because I kind of want her to hit Robin, right? Okay, we'll get rid of a lot of shields here though, which is nice. There's the Buster one, this is the NP and quick one, and then we get rid of the art one. Big waste of damage though. I'm a little worried we're gonna take too long in this health bar, but we'll see. Now, whenever I break, that is when I want to bring in Fuma. We're not breaking this turn, most certainly. Okay, so she's got quick, art buster again, and then crit or NP, I think. Unfortunately, I can't do... I actually could do all of that, but I'd have to blow my stuff. It would also hurt Robin's NP gain. This is risky doing this right here. Yeah, I don't do the buff block then yet. I want to save that for when we know we're breaking. I think this is NP or crit, I think. It might just... because I see and I know that's NP. I recognize the spelling there. So we do...
Okay.
Sucks having to pass up on all these awesome cards because they let me get my NP real fast and everything. I think that's what we gotta do. I can probably break here because we got that permanent art up. And we'll get defense down too. She's gonna have more health than I would like though, for sure. Wait, why did I use my evades? If I'm buff blocking her, we could use the evades to not die to the NP. Well, buff block lingers, so I could stun. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. I don't know why I did that. This one was fine. What I should have done was just not used Billy's. Because I don't mind if Fuma dies, and so I would have Billy save himself, and I'd have Fuma save Robin, and then we're good. I guess saving Billy makes more sense because he's level 100, but it's funner to save Robin because he has the permanent art up. But Billy is probably better moving forward, especially because he's gonna get the quick charge back, and he'll just NP again. Maybe Billy just phase tanks. We got some attack downs. Oh, the other attack down got guarded, actually. I'm gonna save Robin just because it's more fun, and I want to see if it'll work. Do I do the attack up here? Do I have faith he's gonna... I mean, I don't know how big this art up is. And we're not getting overcharged by... I'm gonna use it just to be safe. If I don't break here, it'd be pretty terrible. Unfortunately, we have no Buster card, so I can't get rid of the Buster one. That is pretty bad. We will... I just go for the 2040, see if something crits. Wait, we don't need a crit though. This is a little bad. We went a little slow, and she's definitely gonna have more health than I would like, and we messed up, and we're probably gonna get Billy killed when we didn't need to. And because she has more health, that means I would need more archers to, you know, live. That was a bit of a whoops. It's not too much health though. The biggest whoops was just using Billy's evade. Everything else I did was totally fine. If I just didn't do Billy's evade, everything would have been fine. But Billy getting bapped here is not the best. He did live, but I don't have a lot of healing on the team, so he's not going to really run it back. You couldn't hit... There you go. It's like, can you hit some Robin here? Okay, her next NP is going to have Pierce, so no point in using evade for that. I can stun it though to stall it some. And we'll have David use his first skill for it. So David will do an absolute fuckload of damage if we can get his NP. As will Robin. The dream is to use David to overcharge Robin. I wonder if I just gas here, and I like first skill now instead of saving it for the NP. I could also just stun. I think we gas because we got an art chain. Let's use some debuff clears though. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted to see. Well, Billy doesn't have his NP yet. I could stun and then get it. Let's do that. I think it's worth. Because that double overcharges Robin, which is pretty good. So that attack up earlier, I did not need, and then using it now would have been amazing because it's an AoE attack up and it hit all 3 NPs. So casting that earlier was a bit of a fuck up. Wait, I didn't poison. I forgot. I wasn't even looking. I bet. Oh fuck me. I bet you I had my art card that had poison on it and I just didn't click. I may have fucked that up a little bit. Robin can live. The problem is I still don't have his art card that has poison on it. This is what I get for not 10-10-10ing my skills, by the way. So Billy must NP though. Damn it. I forgot.
Okay.
I'm almost positive through those turns Robin's art card was in there and I just didn't click it. I just wasn't prioritizing it at all. So I just slipped my mind. Too focused on I don't even know. Billy's hat is a good hat, man. Man, now Billy's not overcharging Robin. Fuck, we might not even we have to get. Okay, we didn't get it. How did I not get it? Fuck. Man, we really screwed the pooch on this one. This has nothing to do with the boss, and this is not RNG. I cannot blame RNG on this one. I have just made some very stupid decisions as I've gone through this level. Fuck. I mean, it is bad luck that between these two turns we did not get Robin's poison again. Like that really is bad luck. But I wouldn't have needed that if I wasn't playing so bad. Look at David though. Look at that shit. Watch us win anyway, even though I'm misplaying really hard. That's such a dude. Robin would have fucking shredded there. I think we would have won potentially that turn if we had saved the attack buff and then we had poison there, because the attack buff would have hit David as well, it would have hit Billy as well, and then you had more overcharge for Robin, and then we'd have had the poison bonus. So yeah, I think we could have won on that turn. Yeah, we really messed this up. We might still win though. We'll see. The problem is just we would win 1,000,000% if Asclepius was just dead. If Asclepius was dead, we would have already won. Like, of course, it's like Hercules is good or something. If she kills Asclepius this turn, she is signing her own death warrant. Okay, that was actually smart of her. She debuffed him and did not kill Asclepius. And then she even got the fucking skill seal off, so. There we go. Well, I'm pretty sure we're gonna win now. I should have already cast my guts. If I already cast my guts, we would have gotten the Buster up there. She does have a dot on us, which that's actually really bad for her. Oh, I got a dot clear though. Well, pretty sure that's a C, Ibuki. I don't think she has a way of winning now. Definitely not. She definitely does not have a way of winning right now. Feels good, man. So a lot of archers could have cleaned up here too, but I mean, this is way better. Look at these Buster cards, man. It's great. Okay, it's pretty much just Doorman now, and a bunch of really annoying trash stages. So if we had played that better, and we things on a bit smoother there, and I didn't make those mistakes, you could probably have set it up where Hercules would have just been against the last 1,000,000 HP there that you don't fight, and he could have killed it. So if we'd set it up pretty good there, could have just done the whole thing. Feels good. Okay. Now we got really obnoxious trash, and then good guy Doorman, which that'll be interesting in a team setting. We could obviously solo it. It's such an easy fight to solo, but maybe we solo it just to show somebody off. We'll see. I kind of want to use Ku just because I haven't used Ku in forever, and it is just so funny how good Ku is for that fight. that bond on Robin, man. Dude, Arjuna is so good for that fight too. Yes, I love Arjuna's bringing up. It's like there's no way for that fight to go south for him. He just has unlimited debuff immunity, and that fight is completely about the debuffs. And then the only other thing in that fight is just like the soft damage can catch up with you, and it really can. But there's almost no unit better at dealing with soft survivability than Arjuna because it's just like unlimited healing. So he's like the biggest counter to that fight ever. He's not the fastest, but yeah, he does not have a hard time there. He doesn't even need command codes. Because most units, a lot of units can solo it, but they at least need a command code to remove a debuff, right? Where Arjuna can just go in there with no command codes. I think Arjuna could beat that with no CE, no command codes. You know, when I get around to... I'm hoping that Lion King gets an animation update, and I'm going to do a Mordred versus Lion King on that other account of mine from Camelot. I'm thinking about, because Mordred can solo that fight so easy, to make it more thematic and spicy, and it might legitimately be hard, and I don't know if I can actually do all of these things. But I'm kind of wanting to try Mordred versus Lion King there. No craft essence, no command codes, no mystic code, like literally nothing but like just totally vanilla toolkit versus the boss. And like I'll get the minimum out of my taunts too. I'll get like Beastly or somebody to slot and limit broken K-scope or level 1 Arash. And then I'll bring my Arash, right? And because they're level 1, they won't do any damage, right? And so you're not getting NP charge on death, and you're getting no taunt wall, not even for 1 turn. So it's just immediately Artoria versus Mordred, right? You just double Stella, you do like 2,000 damage, if that. Probably won't even be that much, because they're like gonna be level 1. And you have no taunt walls, no NP charge on death, just nothing. That'll make the fight a lot harder, because normally Mordred can solo that like in her sleep. And it's like really thematic that way, right? So I might try that and see if it works. That'd make a pretty good video. And if Lion King has an animation update, you know, it'll be very fancy. I was actually planning on getting that account to that point and waiting there until she got an animation update, but now I'm waiting on Gwen because I want to try the Yang CE on Ku versus Gwen and see how that goes. So I almost want to make another account just to be ready for it, but we'll see. If I give what I might do, I wouldn't use Battle of Kemlan because I wouldn't want any help at all, and it'd be easy, and you couldn't do Arash with Battle of Kemlan. But maybe you put Battle of Kemlan on Mordred, because that wouldn't help her at all. It does nothing, right? It has no stats that are going to be useful. The effect only applies if you die, and the point is for Mordred not to die. But it'd just be hilarious thematically to put Battle of Kemlan on Mordred. So I'd either give her no CE or I'd give her Battle of Kemlan. It's a lot more like dramatic though if you have no CE, because even though Battle of Kemlan is basically no CE, people won't see it that way. But yeah, Battle of Kemlan and Mordred would be really funny. But I think a lot of people wouldn't really get it. It's so much more like visually, you get what's happening when Mordred has no CE at all. So many people are going to see Battle of Kemlan and just not really get it. And they're like, oh, yeah, it's some CE or whatever. And like that's not really the goal there. That's because people are stupid though, right? What do we use here? I can pretty much use whatever. Berserker's good here. Ruler's good here. They're probably not evil, but then Ruler's totally fine. Wouldn't mind using Doorman here, to be honest. That'd be thematic. Use Doorman leading up to Doorman. Could do Dragon Support again. Okay, you know what? Let's try Martha. Let's see how she does. I know there's some weird gimmicks in these fights. But she's got the Yangtze. I mean, this is nonsense strong, so let's see if she can just solo. Let's see what happens. Oh, the Yangtze. What a silly invention. This is balanced, right? Yep. People would be that dumb, Red. Believe me, people would absolutely. There's so many people that are just. I mean, all the time in my videos, like there'll be things on the team that are just there for fluff and have blatantly no impact on the team, and then people still think it's crazy, man. A lot of dumbass shitheads out there. This story support, though. A lot of people think that Romulus comment is troll, but it absolutely is not. And I've seen that guy not only in my videos and other comment sections of my videos, I've seen him in other people's videos and stuff. That guy just always is trying to like show off his own EP-ness and take other people down a peg and like try to take their accomplishments down a peg. Always. He's always doing that. And he also doesn't play JP, so that's why he didn't know that it was a story support. I don't know why you didn't assume that. I'm telling you, man, if you watch a boss that you haven't done personally, it's so easy to like go down the checklist. It's like, oh yeah, that might be a story support and all kinds of stuff, right? Like, just, God, some people though. Yeah, it does make a god tier meme for sure. I actually need to do my quick art. They have a permanent attack up and a permanent attack down. I'm assuming they're just equaling out and you don't have either. Those things can be super annoying, I remember. I'm just gonna use this now. I probably should have used it turn 1, but wait, I gotta apply burn. I mean, I don't gotta, but I think it'll be worth it here. Do you all think the reason Martha was the first summer servant to get buffed, opposed to like some that are weaker than her, is just because she's popular? I kind of feel like that's the case, because there are definitely other summer servants that were weaker than her. I mean, she's literally more popular than her normal self, and they like use her in like official promotional material and stuff instead of the writer one. So she is pretty cool though. I mean, punching people is good stuff. I mean, who doesn't enjoy, you know, just some good old-fashioned punch, you know? I mean, like, Beowulf's NP is nice, so... Yeah, that one's got the danger tag, so we'll kill that one first. Also 2 levels higher. I don't think these apply to any of our niches, even though we have 3 of them, but we'll find out real quick here. Yeah, they do not. The other damage icon you're seeing is just the Yang CE. She almost killed that. What the fuck? I probably should have used our... I had no idea they were going to do that much damage. Wow. Oh, okay. Probably should have used the Mystic Code there. I wasn't really expecting to get one turned. Try that one more time. I go Anniversary Blonde just for the crits at the end. Just finish off the one, I don't know. She's actually gonna have a really hard time here if they're doing that kind of damage. I mean, that was unlucky because the double crit though. But she's gonna have a hard time just because she has no hard survival. And if you're gonna solo this, you're gonna want hard survival. Like, these things are surprisingly dangerous because of that. At least in a solo scenario. I'll give her one more go, but yeah, we might want to change our strategy a little bit. By default. I think we might get Moses in FGO, it's hard to say. You know, he's got an official design and everything, but I think it'd be kind of controversial, so maybe not. If we don't get him, it's because they're afraid of controversy, though, for sure.
うまくいくのね。
加減なく
せい。
Also, I see people ask for Moses like all of the time in English-speaking circles, but I doubt you see that much demand for it on the Japanese side of things. I'm not sure, but I doubt it. I'm sure there's some, because, you know, got a design, and if they have a design, there's always going to be a demand for it, and Aussie's popular, and prototype stuff is popular, so there's probably some demand, but it's probably less, so...
激しくいくのね。
加減なく
うまくいくのね。ハレルヤ。
かかるキノコ切り飛ばすのみ
I should have used my first skill, turn 1. There's just no reason not to. Because you're gonna have to use it eventually, and you might as well use it sooner, because you don't get its other effect here.
乗ってきた
And
よ。
just getting on cooldown faster. That one's 36, so I guess I kill that
激
one.
しくいくのね。うまく鋭くいくのね。
I don't know why I'm bothering to apply the burn on this one, but
くい。
a more overkill maybe. Make stars here.
うまくいくのね。鋭く激しくいくのね。ハレルヤ。
41k. That's not an event bonus. There's no event bonus, none of that nonsense. Maybe the attack up is bigger than the attack down, but I doubt it. I'm pretty sure that was just the Yang CE. Doing Yang CE things on a Buster crit. I just realized the music is looping. I'm gonna cast this even though the heal is whipping, just because we might get debuffed. Okay, fuck this guy.
激しく主よ。しばし目をおつ
And
ぶ
then
りください。
fuck that guy in the back. Although we won't have burn for that one. I should pay attention here. If she could kill without the Yang CE, I should just NP and then Yang CE the other guy.
星のように晴れつく。
Because she applies defense down before damage, so she's one of those.
せい。くい。
Be close. She'd still need a Buster card. And she killed the other guy anyway, so fuck it, who cares? If I could not kill this guy, that would be ideal, but I don't think there's a way for me to do that, so I'll try to get a Buster crit so it makes like one more NP.
くい。改めやってろ。
Now imagine if I'd used my first skill like I was supposed to, and I had my battery skill. That would be swell. Look at these monsters. What's the plan? I need to murder and I need to get my NP. Either that or I try to murder without... Okay, you know what?
鋭くいくの。激しくいくの。鋭くいくの。
If she kills that one has the danger tag. I'm assuming the other one won't hit quite as hard, so...
くい。改めやってろ。
Okay, who needs an NP when you got fists like those? Try to debuff us, but we know effective it. Okay, this guy does not hit as hard as the other one. He's lower level, doesn't have danger tag. He should not one-turn me.
激し鋭くい。うまく激しくいく
I'm
の。
not going for my NP anymore because I'll kill it next turn, I
せい。
think.
くい。
Most certainly. My god. So yeah, he does 3,000 without critting. And then yeah, there's the crit for like 6,000 or something. Lovely.
乗ってきた
Hey
よ。
look, we got our NP. Now we're just showing off.
主よ。激しくいくのね。
So the default Mystic Code was definitely the right call though. Getting the max health kept us alive there, and then the evade was helpful, and so was the attack up.
星のように晴れつく。
Those guys do so much damage though. Like what on earth? I guess they want you to use a night class.
あーやっちゃった。私ったらなんてことを。
Wait, who do you want to be a 4-star? I kinda wasn't paying attention to chat for a minute there. I mean, they've literally already confirmed that Moses can be summoned as a servant. That's not really the issue. Okay, now you fight even more of those. I wonder if not Virgil can hack this. That would be tough though, because his survivability is, you know, it exists, but it's not like the best. And these guys really do call for good survivability. Let's find out. I hope Agravain is soon. I hope he's either with some kind of movie tie-in or he's just in Lostbelt 6. One or the other. Like, goddamn. They even said they wanted to make him a playable unit a long time ago, and they just haven't yet. Pretty much every unit that they said back then that they wanted to make playable, they have since made playable except for him. Because they said Jason, Nukehead, because Nukehead was already known because she was in Go West, but she wasn't playable. But it was like her, there was someone else that I can't remember, and Sita, but I think they're not going to do that anytime soon now because of Arcade. But they said Agravain, but it still hasn't happened. Alright, I'll be right back 1 second. I'm gonna restart because this opening hand is fucking terrible. Okay, now I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's see if we get better cards this time. Or we just can't summon... not Virgil again. Game, you're killing me. Oh, there he is. I'm gonna do default. It's kind of bursty with how strong these enemies are. I think the reason we haven't gotten Buddha is because of controversy, but they also just don't like adding main antagonists unless they can make them an antagonist in FGO. Like just look at their track record, right? They just don't add main antagonists until they are usable as an antagonist, right? Like, same, Kiara, BB, they didn't get added until they did a CCC thing specifically. We don't have, what's his name? The other Charlemagne and Archimedes, right? Because they haven't had an opportunity to make them a main bad guy and stuff, so they don't generally add them. Amakusa though, it was like that was before APOC was even an anime, and like they just didn't care back then. And Amakusa's not exactly a big bad guy anyway. Just doesn't really have that kind of presence. And like day one, they didn't give any shits about APOC day one at all. And they just like lazily slapped APOC things in the game. But most of the major antagonists are summonable, and they're just not in FGO. And I think they'll add them though if they see the opportunity to, but they're not going to add them in just randomly.
れでどうか。
But yeah, maybe they'll do something with the extra remake, and maybe that gets us Buddha. That'd be awesome. But if not, then I think they're just afraid of controversy and they just won't touch it.
自爆しかありますまい。
Man, I wish we had it literally any way, just a quick card. We just need a few stars, but that was about the worst hand we could have gotten. At least we got our extra attack though. Double attack down.
ひらめきましたぞ。
調子に乗りすぎた。殺すか。
So I'm doing the Mystico to evade first, because the next turn I have to evade, and then I'd rather have the defense up from his evade having just applied, so it'll still be around for the turns after. If I used it now, I wouldn't use the defense up for the next turn, because I'd just be evading next turn again, so it doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Star Absorb command codes. Feels good. I mean, Gil has been a protagonist a bunch of times before FGO even existed, so that obviously doesn't count. Also, Gilgamesh is so popular, there is no world they don't put him in FGO. Like, are you nuts? And when FGO was created, CCC already existed. And Gilgamesh is a protagonist in CCC, and he's the most popular protagonist in CCC. We have triple attack down right now. Okay, actually I don't evade here. We're never gonna face tank. Now is the turn to face tank. Not a fan of all this attack down though. Alright, fine. Normally I use DMC3 music, but we'll do the meme. And we got NT sealed, and we're at 98%. This is not looking good. This is actually hard to solo, especially for single target. Don't attack down me again, and don't NP seal me. Juno would do well here because he's AoE and you'd be immune to the debuffs. Look, I'm NP sealed. And then he would just have a lot of self-healing. It'd be tough though. It'd be tough, especially because keeping them down to not NP you in the face would be a real problem. I think we're dead. I want to give Mordred a bash because she has anti-debuff. She'll have a hard time living though, big time. Yeah, we're dead here. That guy's got his NP and we're not killing both. Didn't even kill that one. Oh boy, that wasn't even close. Oh my god, if I want to use Mordred though, I have to change the command codes again. I like how the music kicks in when he loses. Makes sense. I cannot believe they haven't updated the command code UI, dude. They're completely ridiculous. I mean, just completely ridiculous. Not only has it just been so long, but they even admitted that it was bad. And I was like, how are you've had like over a year. Actually, I haven't been a year yet, but I mean, they should have fixed it even before the pre-respec. Like, just so fucking stupid, dude. But yep, I enjoy taking 3 years to switch around command codes in a system that encourages you to switch them around. Like, they even articulated that. They were like, yeah, you know, that we actually want people to switch command codes based on, you know, who they're using and what they're fighting. And we know the UI is really bad for that, so, you know, we want it to be better. And then that was like 7 or 8 months ago, and they've not done anything. But they did a mailbox animation update. Really using that time well that they gained from outsourcing the NP animations, right? Really putting that to use. Let's go Atlas. Do we though? We might need the heal. I might buy us a turn. Yeah, I'll do that. Hell, I might need to give her a heal command code. I guess we'll see though. You know, Hergblurg, that wouldn't surprise me at this point. And if so, I don't hold him personally accountable. It's more like the management. I mean, there's no world where DW's management is good. Why do we keep getting hands like this? This is what happened before. We either got no cards or we got the art chain, but only the one card, which isn't really that useful. It's kind of weird that keeps happening. Yeah, Mordred is not a tall lass, although Qingong is also pretty tall, and Qingong has the hat. If you actually take the hat away, yes, he's taller, but it's not that, you know, big of a gap. When you add the hat, though, then it's massive, so. But, yeah, Mordred is not a giant, by any means. Like how I just can't get my command code that removes debuffs, and like now would be a really bad time to use my third skill, so we're just getting wrecked here again. And like next turn, while I'm guaranteed to have access to my deck, it's gonna be really awkward to use my quick card because I'm obviously gonna want to NP. But my NP won't do very much damage if I got the attack down. I have no idea what to do here. What an awful turn. This is where Atlas would have been better. Because ultimately removing an attack down is like having an attack up. So, yeah, I should have gone with Atlas. Oh, God. Well, at least we killed one of them. I actually wish they would have like done nothing but attack down me there, because this is the turn that I do want to use my third skill. Although maybe not, because the defense up would go to waste. Y'all wait a minute. I'd love that 70% crit, but I think I should focus on NP gain. Definitely not a straightforward solo. A lot of decisions to be made here. Not confident that was right. I think it's a 3-turn in TCL, so it's really good to save. Man, we still won't have our NP though. Fucking crap. Good turn for the defense up, but it's not. There's no debuffs to remove. I'm going too slow with my skills. Like, I could have used my second skill a long time ago and had it about back by now. This song reminds me of some of the, like, some of the, not a lot, but some of the music in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, like some of the Rouge stages a little bit. Oh god, what do I do this turn? I think I really should have done this a long time ago. Only one Buster card is needed, I feel. Maybe I should have done art. Did not remove any debuffs, so that's unfortunate. I feel like she can do this, but you'd have to really optimize like, good command codes and right Mystic code and making the right priorities. I think I should have been trying to burn more of them down with normal cards earlier. Don't think I have enough gas here. If I had a little bit of survivability on my command codes, that would really help. Because we're close, so like next NP we win, but I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yeah, I'm gonna be one turn off from winning. Well, damn. Definitely beatable. Being only one turn off is definitely within her range. Okay, I don't want to fuck around these stages too much though. They're kind of boring and they're just kind of strong arming you. So I'm just gonna use someone that I know will work, and I want to go fight Limbo. Oh, you know what? We'll use Coup because I know that'll work. He doesn't need command codes, but I'm gonna give them to him because I don't want to use Coup unless you know, he's at his best here. Pride. He's so good for this fight though, just because he's got so much hard survival and he's got more accessible debuff clear. Oh, he's not AoE, and single target is definitely not as good here. He gives like big meaty AoE damage. That's definitely the best for this. Put debuff clear on a Buster card. Probably doesn't need it, but it's fine. Alright. Almost like Coup is my favorite servant or something. Which should be very obvious from, you know, everything being maxed and the faux pas and all that nonsense. If I remember correctly, in the modern era, the average height of a human male is like 5'8", I think. Which is hilarious when you find people that saying you're short if you're 5'8", and you'll see that, right? You'll see people saying, oh my god, you're only 5'8", lol? And it's like, yeah, the average height of humans! Who would have thought? I always forget what my height is. I know I'm like close to 6 foot, but I'm like a little under it off memory, but I know I'm in the higher end of 5 something, but I can never remember exactly what it is. I have never understood the height thing though. I've never found, like, if you're a bit shorter, like, who cares? I have never understood that. I know a lot of women, and it's incredibly common for women to be more attracted to people that are taller, but I've never cared one way or the other. I know I'm not a woman, so I guess that's not really the target demographic here, but you know, I've known short men and women, and I've never thought literally anything of it at all, like, And God, my father had a friend that was he was fucking ginormous. Like he was like a very, very tall person, like 7 foot nonsense. But yeah, I've just never really cared, right? It's not, I'm like, oh wow, you're short, so you look stupid. Like, I've never felt that way at all. Like, what the hell? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff where it's like a biological thing. But generally when that's the case, you know, it's pretty easy to be like, oh yeah, it's not that important though, right? It's like, there's no reason to be, you know, making fun of people. It's like, wow, you're short, lol, you're totally outside of your control, so I'm gonna make fun of you now. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, a lot of things in terms of like attraction, like physical attraction, come down to signs of like healthy offspring and things like that. And a lot of it goes back to like when we were on the African plains running from lions, and it's not really applicable anymore. But you know, the human brain is not half as sophisticated as we like to make it out to be. Very rarely have I seen men that want to date someone that's taller than them. I overwhelmingly, amongst like coworkers I've worked with, my family, friends, and everything, in my experience, men care way less about height. Now they have other things that they might care about, you know, boobs or whatever. But you know, I have seen some guys that care about height, but that's just normally not on their barometer very much from what I've seen. It is for some, and it's definitely a way where like men will make fun of other men, right? Big time on that. But yeah, generally, I don't actually see men care too much. Honestly, in my experience, like on Twitter and crap, you'll get this really impression of men like being super shallow. But what I have overwhelmingly seen in my life with like men that I have known and friends and coworkers and all that is men are not actually very picky. They're really not. They're like, it's weird because media tries to give you this insane impression that men are crazy shallow and everything. But I have found that is just so not true. And men like sex a lot, absolutely, and they can be kind of shallow in that department. But in my experience, men are just, they don't give a fuck if they don't need women to look like a model at all. Like, that is such a, like an internet media thing that people think, but it's just so far from the truth. I have found men are just not like that at all. Like, not even a little bit. Like, they are so far away from that. And they might find, you know, the kind of mainstream attractive thing attractive, but they don't really have those kind of standards. I find overwhelmingly men, if they're looking for like a superficial, you know, hookup, then they just don't even care. And then if they're wanting like a serious relationship, they generally overwhelmingly care about, you know, mental connection, that's how women are too, generally. Most people aren't stupid, right? Most people want to have emotional support. From like if they're interested in a significant other, they normally care more about nice Sanson there, Ari. But yeah, most people, men or women, they care way more about emotional connection and that kind of thing than they do, you know, really superficial stuff. And some people do, especially when they're younger. But as people get older, and I don't even mean like super old. I mean just like a little bit older. They normally like, oh yeah, I'm not a teenager anymore. You know, you don't really care that much about that stuff. Okay, really shitty we don't have our NP right now. I think I'm going to do my attack up really early and see if I can just blow this one up. Don't have a good crit chance, but we'll see what happens here. But yeah, I feel like media is really bad about like portraying men as like this super shallow, only care about looks kind of thing. And in my experience, that is just absolutely not true, like at all. It is in certain circles, right? If you're going to certain circles in life, that you'll definitely run into that a lot. But how? Okay, we're actually in really bad shape, and it's because they did nothing but attack, and I didn't get my NP, and we didn't kill that one. That's pretty shitty there. I think I'm going to invulnerability early then. And a big mistake. I should not have been attacking this back one because I can't target switch now. So I should have been attacking the middle one or the front one, and then NP'd the middle one. So I've actually been playing this pretty poorly. I guess I quick then. I didn't actually mind my teenage years. They weren't the best. right? And all the hormone nonsense. I kept most of that stuff under control really well, and it wasn't that big of a deal for me. And you know, I got to know my father when I was a teenager, and that was a real upside in my life. So overall, I didn't really mind my teenage years. I enjoyed my first job a lot, and I got a lot of, you know, valuable experience and stuff. It was not my favorite time in life, but it was not my least favorite time in life either. So kind of middle of the road on that one. I do know, though, for most people, their teenage years suck, and it's definitely been the experience of the people around me. I'm one of the few people in, like, my, you know, social circle or whatever, where I'm like, yeah, it wasn't that bad, where most of everyone else is like, that was awful. I mean, yeah, teenagers can be really cruel, but honestly, young people in general can be really cruel, and so can older people, but generally people, you know, mature and get less moronic with that kind of thing. But yeah, but like kids can be super cruel, like big time. Do I debuff clear, just get rid of the attack down? If we ever get another debuff that's a problem, I can use the Mystic Code, so probably. And this is a perfectly good time to use Atlas too. Not having good luck with our NP gain throughout this, I must say. I have overall enjoyed my life more as it went. The only period of, okay, there are two periods of my life that really sucked. And that was when I was much younger because, you know, my family was nuts at the time, you know, religious zealots and everything. Being in a cult will do that to you. And you had no freedom and, you know, I had no friends. And so my super young life was awful and that was bad. And then when my father passed away, that was a very hard time in my life. And that was, you know, kind of when I was becoming an adult. And, you know, I was very close with my father and not really no one else in my family. You know, I have other friends and stuff, but I wasn't close with anyone else in my family. And so that was just, it was very hard becoming an adult because my father died when I was 17. And that's like right at that age where you're becoming, you know, very independent and all those things. And that was a pretty rough time, but I learned a lot because of it. And as I have gotten older, I've, for the most part, just enjoyed my life more because I've had more freedom. I've gotten more experience, and there's a lot of things I still want to work on and I want to get better at, and there's like areas where I can clearly see like, oh, I need to, you know, really mature in this area or that area. But overall, just becoming more mature and having more experience under your belt allows you to make better decisions, and you know what you like, you know what you don't like, and those things. And so I've definitely enjoyed life more as I've gotten older, and you know, your hormones calm the fuck down, right? So that's a big plus there. Do I NP the 69k one, or do I go for the higher health one? I think I go for the 69k one. Let's see. The only chance of really killing it is if I attack up. This is not a good turn to use my attack up though, so I guess we just quick again. This is going to be kind of an awkward turn here. Or I might actually have a hard time here. The hard issue we're going to have, we're dealing with the normal card damage fine. It's the NP span that's going to come up soon. Okay, that did more damage than I was thinking. That is definitely a struggle I see a lot of people having, is not having friends, and I definitely sympathize. That's a hard, especially as you get older. When you get older, it's a lot harder to make friends because like just social norms and stuff make it a lot more difficult, right? When you're in school and in those kinds of things, it's easier, but as you get older, it can definitely be harder. I definitely recommend people put effort into having people in their life though that they get along with, right, and have some kind of support and stuff. It's worth, even if you go through awkward conversations and, you know, put yourself out there where you don't want to, it's generally worth it because it's very useful, right? And there are definitely ways to do it as you get older, right? You can join clubs, you know, where you can do rock climbing or you know, whatever. There are definitely ways to do it, but it does get harder, generally speaking, so. A lot of the hormone issues, though, when you're growing up, aren't even specific to sex. It just has to do with your body maturing into an adult. There's just so much chemical nonsense going on in your brain, and a lot of it has nothing to do with sex. It's just your brain is like evolving, right? And it's like a soup of chemicals. So, okay, we're gonna get NP sealed soon, but I really want to get rid of this double attack down. That is super crappy. This turn really sucks. This turn right here is really bad. We might actually lose. These are the last 3 guys, but I think we need to get that NP when our taunts die. I think that's going to be very important. Like, this turn right here is really bad, because we're just going to go down to 0. So I can kill the 93k with my NP next turn. Ooh, boy. If I can get my NP, though. Yeah, we might actually lose. That's, we're going to have a better start, I think. I probably should have allowed myself to face tank more normal card damage and save my evade for the NP. Fuck, I didn't get my NP. Oh, that is not ideal. Let's do... Gonna really want to get a good crit here because, damn it. I kind of want to kill 2 next turn, but I don't think it's gonna happen now. It wasn't quite enough. If I had gotten 1 more crit, I might have worked. Okay, we can move the NP down now. We have a really big attack up here. Do I do Buster? I don't see it. There's no way I'm gonna kill that 100k one though. I think we're fucked. Single target is just kind of struggling. Keeping up with all the NPs is the main problem. Well, if I had double Buster there, we actually could have killed that guy. We're going to be like 1 turn off, because I could get like my NP now, and then win next turn, so we're like 1 turn off here. I think I could have won even with that bad start if I had just been more careful with PFA and used to block that first NP, and use my health bar to just take some of the normal card damage. And we almost lived those 2 attacks, so if he had debuffed once, we could have lived. Like, we were super close to surviving there. I will say, my years playing FGO is when I started to feel old, right? Because when I first got into FGO, I was, starting to get a little older, right? But, you were still kind of like right in your prime, right? I was like, 25. But, as I started getting farther into it, I'm like, okay, now we're getting, now I'm not a young man anymore. I'm not an old man yet, right? But, for a long time, you feel like, oh, you have so much life ahead of you. You're young and invincible, blah, 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 blah. But, like, right when I got into FGO, that's kind of when I started being like, okay, yep, you're not really in that point anymore. You're past that now. I might need to change, like some of my command codes are kind of useless here, especially the 1 Buster card. I just didn't feel like changing it because I didn't think I would need to, but I might actually need to. We'll see. I mean, I am easily older than the average age of people playing FGO. I'm 30. Going on 31, and that is definitely older than... That's where the joke came from. I'm not actually like super old. It's just I am blatantly way older than almost everyone else here, and so people started calling me a boomer. And I realized, I really am getting older because like before like I got into FGO and anything, if I would play a game like an MMO or something, and if you joined a clan or a guild or whatever, for a long time you'd be on the younger end of the spectrum of like the average people playing the games, right? Like I remember when I played Warcraft, World of Warcraft when it first came out way back in the day, I was on the younger end of people playing it, right? And you kind of are in that mindset, that, and I was the youngest child in my family and all that, so you're kind of just used to being one of the younger people in the group. When I was at my father's martial arts school and MMA school and all that, which I guess it's still martial arts, but anyway, I was one of the younger people there. I wasn't like the youngest by any means, but I'm not, but now I start to realize, especially when I was getting into FGO and everything and making videos, and you start to realize now when you join stuff like that, you're on the older end of the spectrum for people there, right? So you just kind of notice that as like, oh wait, I'm not the young gun anymore, like not at all. Yeah, Arjuna is got me beat.
では行くぞ
There definitely are other 30-year-olds out there, and a big part of that is because when they got into it when Fate's Stay Night was a thing, right? They got into it when it started, but there's a lot of people that got into it, you know, way later. They were keep getting these terrible opening hands, dude. Like, not once that have we done this stage that we've had a good opening hand.
これでどうか
And this account has weaker on death CEs than most, so. Although, did I limit break the second one? I think I may. I'm doing it again. I'm attacking the wrong enemy. This is literally the stupidest one to attack. Like, you should attack. I think the front one is the smart one to attack, and then you NP the middle one. I like how I noticed that last time that I was making that mistake, and then I did it again. I could not even tell you why. There's nothing about that target that, like, deserves to be NP'd more or anything. Doesn't make any fucking sense. It makes sense if you can kill it before NPing or something, but you can't unless you got, like, Brave Chain twice in a row and then crit on the second turn or something. Ooh, this is a risky play I'm making right here. It's just, if I get lucky, it's super good. Oh my god. Oh my god. 2k life. Fuck that up. I'm just gonna restart now. I attacked the wrong thing. That didn't work out. And, also just attacking that back one. That is a really big misplay. And then, yeah, not killing there. And then also not critting. Like, all the stuff there was pretty shit. Dude, watching the Dean anime was such a trip back in the day because I had no idea what it was. Like, why is that guy in blue spandex? Like, they really give you a weird first impression like the Fate route does. It's not unique to the anime because the first things you see really are Emiya and Lancer. And, you know, Emiya's wearing very tight clothing too, but he's red. And then Ku's wearing really tight clothing and he's blue. I'm like, okay, so they're gonna summon a lot of like spandex stuff. That's like the aesthetic here for some reason. And then it's not. Like because then Medea is like super normal anime, you know, caster lady. And then Kojiro is very generic samurai looking, and Artoria is, you know, very, you know, knight female main character looking and everything. So it's like, well, then why were those guys wearing spandex? It's like, it was so weird. Like, I remember really thinking that, like, I was so confused. And I was like, okay, that's the aesthetic. And I was like, wait a minute, that's not the aesthetic. Then why do those two guys look that way? I was like, I don't get it. Yeah, then Herc's not wearing anything. I'm like, oh, so nudity gives you more power on this planet, right? So, yeah, they're kind of all over the place. Okay, I'm gonna hurt the middle one just once, and then so we know we can target switch. Nice to get a Brave Chain, but it's still basically no NP gain, so I really gotta get rid of that flat damage one. It's not great here. That command code is good when you summon Ku for like random nonsense, like on a baby account, but other than that, it's not generally that good on him. It's better than nothing, and if there's some kind of flat damage bonus to his stage, then it's good, but that's a pretty rare thing. I'm actually gonna get rid of this right now, just because I think I have time for the cooldown to come back for when it matters. Hey, Fury. Okay, at least I wasn't making horrible misplays at the start here, so that's something. Don't you do that, god damn it. I almost want to do the Buster first, but it's not worth it. We'll kill anyway, I think. Unless that attack down is way bigger than I'm thinking. Or you could insta-kill it, okay. I wonder if these don't actually have death resistance and I was just getting unlucky before that I never killed one. I'm not playing this right. There's no way I'm playing this right. I should be using my health, because like we already have an NP turn, and I don't have a way of blocking it other than the Mystic Code, and that's just terrible to use the Mystic Code here. I'm not paying enough attention though to like really think about when to use PFA. I would like to do the debuff clear, but I also want max NP gain. Probably means I should take the debuff clear off the Buster card. Besides, my other Buster card has a like crappy craft essence on it anyway. I mean CC, they're all the same. Okay, killing the middle one would be the best because he's gonna NP first. I guess that permanent attack up is part of why they hit so hard. This is a really hard decision right here, because I could save that PFA for when their NPs are about to come up, because I'm not going to kill all three of these. Some of them's getting their NP off for sure. But at the same time, the sooner I use it, the sooner I can use Atlas. I have no idea here. I can definitely face tank like a turn. I'm going to try face tanking and see what happens. I don't know though, I feel like if I face tank, I shouldn't bring Atlas, I should bring default, because we're not gonna, if we're gonna wait and not recast it, the cooldown reduction is kind of useless. And then Atlas is more attack up and then healing too, so I'm thinking default actually might be better here. I need to remove the NP up though. I'm gonna be really pushing it on damage if I quick, but let's see if we get lucky. Buster NP Buster wouldn't have been too bad there. Or just, you know, insta-kill again, that works too. Of course I decide to face tank it and you crit me. Oh boy, we're gonna be pushing this close. Yeah, I'm definitely on the side though of don't bring Atlas now, because the cooldown reduction is so going to waste right now. Okay, 162. If I'm gonna kill any of them with normal cards though, it'd be this one. So if I had had either my attack up or better command codes, I could have killed that one right there. Yeah, we're gonna get like nothing out of Atlas, or the cooldown reduction. Like we could use Guts next turn anyway, you know, with or without it. And if I use Atlas on it, we're gonna die before we can use it again. And like this cooldown reduction will have done nothing. This does not happen often with Q, but there are fights that like this that pop up from time to time, and it's better to bring default. God Juna is one of them. Like God Juna, it's completely pointless to bring Atlas. And I remember when I was trying to solo it back in the day, it took me a while to realize that. I don't know why. I was like, wait a minute, we're not actually getting any value out of Atlas at all, and so I should just bring default so I do more damage. And then I won immediately. I was like, oh okay, well, I am a dumbass. Actually, I think I hurt the 162 one, because if I can kill him and then target switch and kill the 11k one, I'll make more stars. I think that's the play here. I guess I need to do as much damage as possible, but then I want to make sure I at least get some NP gain in. Yeah, I think if I brought default, I would win right now, but we might still lose. It's gonna close. But I definitely think I could have won with default. Like the heal could, it won't always buy you a turn, but it can buy you a turn. And maybe attack extra by your turn, where right now we're kind of getting nothing out of our thing, other than the heal. I mean, the invulnerability, but we'd get evade from the other one, so same difference, really. Oh my god, I didn't get my NP. Oh my fucking god. I should have done Buster Quick Art. Their hit count is really low. Oh my god, that's bad. I shouldn't have debuff cleared either then. Oh boy. So I'm trying to NP kill the middle one, quick kill the other one, and then kill that one. Although with how much damage I just did, I probably should have killed the 11k one and then just gone for that one. Fuck, I have attack down now. That's why I shouldn't have debuff cleared last turn. Okay, I'm gonna not quick because I don't think I need it. I'm gonna do that. Maybe I should just done Buster to be safe, but we have the extra attack. We didn't need that crit because the entirety of the extra attack went into overkill, so we would have been fine there. I think we win, but man, that was close. So I could have done the exact same strategy. Oh, that came back, lol. So that wasn't actually that close. Well, it was still close, but I could have done that exact same strategy though with default, and I think it just would have been superior. Jesus, these guys are dicks. It's because the NP so fast, and then their normal card damage is really high. Had to actually work on that one. I think there might be one more of these stages and then Limbo. That is tough as single target though, because you're gonna struggle to keep their numbers down early on. Although I bet you if you can BBB, it's not so bad. Like Masashi would probably be really good there because you could Buster Murder the one and then Buster extra 3 of a kind bonus into the other one. That would be pretty damn good. I feel like this music's actually pretty fitting for the fight with Limbo. This is Taboo's theme from Smash. Dude, the boss rush mode and Brawl is that's a damn good mode. That's some good stuff. Shame they didn't do a whole lot of stuff like that moving forward. Oh yeah, you're right. Masashi does bonus damage to all 3 egos now. So yeah, she'd be a really good pick there. And she does have some survivability, so. Dude, Arknights just, I mean, I compliment them for, caring and putting in effort and, not being boring. And like people were saying earlier, all mobile games, just get worse as they go, pretty much. But I don't agree with that at all. I think Arknights is a good example of them actually supporting the game intelligently. Where FGO is just like, yeah, we outsource NP animations and we have like 2 months of no content and we don't even do a main interlude. It's like, okay, it's like really putting in the effort here. Okay, well, Ku will easily beat this stage. I wouldn't mind doing it though, because I've literally never shown anyone Ku doing this. I didn't do it in the video, and I've never done it on stream, and I kind of just want to do it for the lulz, because he pretty good here. I'm not even gonna. I can make command codes that are better than this, but I'm not gonna because I don't think I need to. I'm trying to remember. Can double taunt work here? He AoEs, so they like both die, so good enough. Dude, Aries sent me like a picture someone made, like a meme showing what FGO did for their 5th year anniversary. versus what Arknights did for their 2nd year anniversary, and it's just sad. Like, Arknights did so much more on their anniversary than FGO did. And they're a smaller developer. And I remember everyone being all like, oh, but COVID though. But, you know, that affects every developer the same, right? And they even said that COVID wasn't affecting them at that point. And they said it affected them early on, but it wasn't affecting them later. And then, again, that should have affected Arknights even more, because they have less money and everything else. And they did so much more for their anniversary than FGO did. And, like, they showed, like, the stream, like, the percentage of how, like, FGO's stream was almost nothing but filler. And then just a tiny bit of actual content, you know, just like a few costumes and, you know, nothing major. And then Arknights was just a little bit of filler, and then, like, you know, almost new story, new game mode, more costumes than FGO put in, and it's just like, okay, well, one of these days, I'm really hoping the 6th year anniversary is going to be better, because I'm sure they're aware that people really did not like the 5th year one. And they've just been on such a bad run lately, so hopefully pick up the pace. Alright, this is the NP damage up one. Not that NPing is particularly good here, because he's got a thing where your NP does significantly less damage, but Ku is actually 100 face. And overall, the gaming industry has done better since COVID, not worse. But that's not the case for FGO. I don't think that's because of COVID, I think that's for other reasons, but... You know, and I'm happy for Arknights and everything, but it is hard not to be like... You know, god damn it. Because I prefer FGO in terms of aesthetic and the IP and just the units and stuff. So it's kind of frustrating that Arknights is over there adding new game modes and putting in co-op and you know, always adding all these and they always add new game modes that are actually cool. Like, I actually really like the game modes they add in Arknights, and I'm like, fuck, can we get some of that? Okay, critting is bad, so I guess quick cards are bad. Critting is only bad though in the first health bar. You actually do less damage if you crit. Unless you just have an insane amount of crit up. But yeah, you go into like negative when you crit. It's weird. Now, if I don't really need to play around with this boss either, because we've got this boss available on our ult account, so I kind of want to just get 5.5 over with, and also look at all my grails. It's gonna be great. Let's hope that debuff removal removes the burn on my 2nd Buster card, so I don't hurt myself here. It did. Very nice. Unfortunately, I'm gonna like make myself crit this turn. Now, making yourself crit is fine, but it's better if you can do that on the next health bar where critting is not a catastrophe. Hey look, all the debuffs are gone. It's like the entire gimmick there. Wait, I should have quicked because we're about to go to the 2nd health bar. Yeah, you can see what I'm saying there. That Buster card clearly did less than my non-crit Buster cards. Okay, maybe we're not about to break then, because you're guaranteed critting here. Yeah, I think if we didn't crit, we would have broken that turn. So if we had crit a bunch there, we might not have broken, because I didn't do Buster attack. Your NP doesn't do more damage until the last health bar, so your NP is always kind of scuffed. So I should have waited. I should not have used Q's 3rd skill when I did. I should have used the Mystic Code and then used Q's skill there in case something got sealed that was bad. I'm actually going to wait to do PFA because I don't think I'm going to need my health. So I'll sync it up to the NP. Crits are good, but I want to get rid of that seal real quick. I mean, dude, I'm actually worried about FGO though, just because DW is doing such a bad job. I mean, you can see it in the numbers too. I mean, it's like, and it just does not need to be this way. So I'm really hoping they can turn it around, but I mean, and they don't even listen to feedback, for God's sakes. You know, Genshin Impact's over there doing surveys constantly and stuff, and you know, FGO don't do anything like that. So yeah, it is kind of concerning. I'm gonna do this again just for the attack. I don't think we're gonna need guts much, and if we do, it'll be at the very end. So. Because it's not like, you know, the game is not doomed tomorrow by any means. You know, they can coast for a while because FGO is so popular. I mean, FGO is so strong. But they've already been coasting for a long time, and it has absolutely hit them to their bottom line. And I'm just afraid they're just going to keep doing it. And they're just going to keep coasting. They're going to keep being lazy. They're going to keep, you know, not doing a good job. And, you know, they're going to fucking kill it. And this is so easy with Ku. There's just, the whole threat in the fight is gone. I don't need to use my third skill, but because this one is back, I'm just going to, because, you know, why not? I cannot fathom why they didn't add main interludes. Main interludes are like the best things to do in Dead Weeks, because first off, if you don't want to play them, you can play them later, because they're permanent. And it's just better than doing literally nothing, right? So, yeah, I can't even fathom why they haven't done more main interludes. It takes so little effort on their part. It's just shocking to me they haven't done more of them. And they'd be helpful to the player base, because you give people more, you know, stuff from the past. Yeah, I mean, most of the quality of life updates make the game worse lately. And even though there's so many... I've seen people say it's because there's no more quality of life updates they can do. I'm like, that is just so fucking stupid. Like, there are so many things that they could do on the quality of life front. I mean, we don't even have story replay. The command code UI is insane, right? Their filtering system is garbage. Like, the way you can sort command... And again, they have a touchscreen. You could do such a good UI for those things, and they just don't. Ugh. So guess I do this just for the free crits. You don't need the invulnerability because he does less damage in this health bar. It's about the insta-death. But, well, maybe I don't do quick here. Maybe we do this, because I kind of want to remove one of the debuffs in case he casts the big thing again. And we got, oh god, the fucking widescreen update, oh my god. That's Sanson though. To do that. I could really focus on more NP gain at this point, but it doesn't really matter, so. I guess I just use guts for the attack up again. That's kind of all I've used it for this entire time, but I mean, it works. Man, if I had done some crit command codes, we would have been doing serious damage on some of these turns. Do y'all think the collab event? Well, it's not. It's so dumb that it's even a collab event, right? It's just a regular event, for God's sakes. But do y'all think it's gonna have good gameplay? I really hope it does, but the thing is, that's like my least favorite thing is when events have good gameplay. It's better than having bad gameplay, but I would much rather permanent additions to the game, right? That's the thing. That's my big beef with FGO these days, is like they just never add permanent additions to the game. Ever. Ever. And it's very frustrating.
No. Oh, exit. その心臓をもらい受ける。
Might be able to win this turn. And Limbo has just never threatened us this entire time. He's crit a bunch, but like, it ain't going anywhere. And like, our heal's about to come back, or damage is about to come back. We might win here. Only we had better command codes. So close. If we got that first crit or we had a better command code, we would have won there. Can you kill him with this? Damn it. That'd have been so funny if you could have just backed him and he died. That'd have been awesome. Rarely do they allow you to do that, but every once in a while you see things that can kill that you wouldn't expect. Can Carmilla, can her drain kill? Like Carmilla, can her drain kill? I can't remember. I'm assuming no. I know it can't break health bars because like nothing can break health bars until their turn starts. It's like a whole mechanic thing. I think the requirements were just for Yuki, I think. But they do that a lot these days. The fuck is chat talking about right now? Anyway, let's see how many grails we got. Actually, dots can kill bosses. They just can't break bars, but they can kill. And the reason they can't break bars is mainly the way like just the game handles break bars. It's not really even a balance thing. Alright, well, this account is completely caught up, and it's a complete piece of shit that we, like, never really farmed on. We did, like, 2 or 3 events on it ever, and we beat the whole thing. Meanwhile, the 3-star craft essence account over there just crying, but, you know. So many stages here. Yeah, all those whales that have NP1 5 stars, you know. Golden finish. That's some Kentucky stuff right there. So you have Lostbelt 5-1, Lostbelt 5-2, and then Lostbelt 5.5. Lostbelt 6 still doesn't exist. Oh yeah, it like blows up. That's right. Not actually out yet. Morgan, though. There's no way they'll do anything else that's in the Lostbelt 5 era. They can't possibly keep doing that. That's way too stupid. Where's our boy Caesar? Keep forgetting to do this. I feel like I should level Bedivere soon. I'm not quite sure what's next for this account. Bedivere and Billy are both looking pretty good at this point. Shakespeare, stuff like that, more support stuff.
Shikashi, だからといって私を前線に置くべきではなかろう。
23. Got a couple there, and I didn't even get the grails from like most of the events that have gone by. Imagine not liking Caesar, but there's a lot of people out there that don't, so it is what it is. We're not going to take very many units to 100 on this account. We're going to take a lot to 90, but Caesar we will take to 100. Probably not like right away. We'll probably mix it up and grail a few things here and there just for funsies. But he's one of the few units that we'll actually take to 100. I might take Lancer Artoria to 100. She's by no means like one of my favorite units or anything. It's just, you know, this is like probably my only account that's ever going to have her, and it's just kind of something fun to have that's different, so I might do that. Especially if she gets rated up and I can get her NP2. 45 fucking hero proofs. Okay, we just need a free 4-star ticket, guys. That's all we need. The second we get a free 4-star ticket, we're gonna be the Herc account. We're so close now. Hercules has slain many hero proofs. Yeah, we got give me a free 4-star ticket or get spooked by him. If it wasn't for the fact that we got Lancer Artoria so randomly, I would just roll story. I tell you what we'll do though is we'll throw summon tickets at story. That I'm okay with. And look, we get a double summon right off the bat. But we're saving a SQ for in case they do a Lion King right up anytime soon. Oh, that was fast. Herc! Herc! Make the dream real. That's not gonna be. I swear if this is Fionn. Oh, I'm okay with this. But I swear, we've gotten Fionn so many times, and I like Fionn, but it's just insane how many times this account has gotten Fionn. I like Extra Vlad, though. Although I've already got him, like, NP2 or 3 on my regular ult, and he's 10-10-10, so I'm not sure we'll prioritize him too much over here, but he is pretty cool. I'm actually probably going to grail him next on my regular ult to 90. I've got the grails to do it, and I've been thinking about grailing him since forever. And I'm like, yeah, he's cool, so I think it's worth. Shame he didn't get buffed. Though he may get buffed later, we'll see. Do you all think someone's going to get buffed, or some people even are going to get buffed for the Waltz event? And I wonder if one of those will have that lawful attack up that never showed itself. He doesn't really need an animation update. Extra Vlad's animations are pretty good. They're not like the best ever, but they're totally fine. Like, completely reasonable. He's a unit that could get an animation update once they get all the default ones done, right? Once all the old piece of shit ones are done. They're like, yeah, maybe do Extra Vlad, but I mean, he looks fine. Like, his body proportions are completely reasonable. His NP looks cool. His normal attacks, you know, they're not the best, but they're flavorful and they fit him and they don't look bad. So, yeah, I don't think he's in a super need of them. Pretty sure we already got NP5 Bedivere. We rolled story a lot early on in the sync out, just because why not? We pretty much have all the 3 stars set. That's good. I already got it, but I mean, that's a really good CE. What I really want is, you know, Caneth. That would, I really would like that on this account, because I've got almost every other 5-star CE. That's a default one anyway. But, still don't got that one. And it's just so good with David. You know, Sunlight is totally fine on pretty much everyone else, but for David, you really want the Caneth one. Not getting much in the way of CEs right now. Oh wow. How do I get that? You know, it's like the 4th time I've gotten that, and I don't have Caneth, man. The last double summon. Nothing fancy. I just hope Extra Vlad gets an NP upgrade someday. Like, that would feel really satisfying on him, especially if the enemy is evil. But they'll probably buff his NP up. Huh. Does anyone else feel like this account has... It gets a lot of repetitive stuff. I mean, not rated up, we got Nursery Rhyme like 4 times, we got Fionn 4 times, we just got double Extra Vlad, we got that CE over and over again. Like, I don't really get it. It's just weird how much we get like the same thing on this account. Never Herc though. If you could just get Herc, that'd be swell. Free 4-star game, please. I'll just pick Herc, and then we're ready to go. Asclepius. Shit, he's already MP5, so... I think Asclepius might be MP5 too at this point, but I'm not sure. Let's see, what are we looking at here? I don't think there's any low stars that need NP ranks on this account. If there is, it's Asclepius. That's like maybe the only one. Yeah, he's NP4, so I need one more Asclepius, but that's not that big of a deal. Oh, you have Edison. So what do we want to level next? Most of our fundamentals are done. The only like fundamentals that aren't really done is I would say Billy would be very helpful for this account, and Bedivere. Billy and Bedivere are like the 2 fundamentals that we're kind of stupid for not having yet. I really need to get Atalante up. I don't even know why I haven't. So Atalante is up there. Wouldn't mind Fergus. Mordred would be nice because I like Mordred a lot, but I do level, you know, she's on my main, so it's not that big of a deal. There's always things like Gareth and whatnot. What random golds do we have? So Edison is a maybe. We have a lot of good casters though, so not that big of a deal, but Edison's kind of cool. And definitely something you don't normally get to play with. Always Lance a lot. We got Extra Vlad, you know, we got Fionn. Fionn's like NP a million. Oh yeah, we have Plot Monk. That'd be a practical thing to level. Holy shit, Plot Monk would be a practical thing to level. Like, if this was my main account, I'd be leveling that just because, yeah, Assassins, it helps. Oh, Pinth. Pinth is such a fun unit to use. Oh, we have Luvia. Oh, God. We have a lot of options here. I might level Pinth just so we have an alternative to Herc, right? Because we have that problem a lot. We want to use a Berserker, but Herc is such overkill that we don't want to use him. That'd be a nice backup. Named Plot Monk because she just has so much plot. Alright, boys, I think I'm gonna wrap up there. I want to do Darkest Dungeon, but it is kind of late. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'll take a quick break, and I will come back with Darkest Dungeon, but it's probably going to be a pretty short stream, just because it is late. But I really am in the mood to play Darkest Dungeon, and it's been a while. Anyway, well that was 5.5, boys. We have gone through the whole goddamn game on this account. We're only level 130, and you know, what are you gonna do? Anyways, boys, I will see you tomorrow. Or unless you're gonna watch Darkest Dungeon, and then I'll probably see you in 10 or 20 minutes. But, peace.